I want to share just a little bit, give a couple of ground rules for this call, what I expect, what my expectations are, and then I guess we'll get into some topics and things of that nature. But I want to share with you why, what was so impactful with me, and why I wanted to actually get on and do a Clubhouse and see actually where this goes. I was invited by a few people to be on Clubhouse, and I had no idea what it was. And maybe a couple of weeks ago, I ended up accepting one of the invitations, and I jumped on the Clubhouse and had no expectations whatsoever. Didn't know what was going to be discussed, talked about, or even what it was. I had never heard of it, and so I always like those moments when you have something new that you've never heard of, and then you kind of fast forward. You look 2 years later, and you'll always go back and say, you remember the very first time you ever heard of Clubhouse, your very first time you got on Facebook or Instagram. I think this will be one of those phenomena when people will remember the very first time that they actually got on and start using this platform. But anyway, I did. I got on and I listened for quite some time. I kind of perused through, listened to different subjects. And let me share with you what I have found. What I have found about Clubhouse is that it's very, very impactful from a resource standpoint. In my opinion, it could be one of the best educational tools for whatever it is that you want to learn. I mean, direct from the expert. You can Google anything. We can learn anything from Google or from YouTube. And most of those, obviously, all of those things are recorded. Here with Clubhouse, what I find is that you'll find any subject that you want. You'll find experts in the field who's actually done exactly what it is that they're talking about, or who's taught it, and they're right on the exact same call with you. And so it's a very informal setting, is what I've seen and what I've experienced of being able to bridge together the generational gap, the educational gap, the geographical gap, and really all be in one room at the same time. And it's a great forum for being able to come on and promote oneself. And depending on what the purpose of that is, it's a great format also to just be a listener. And sometimes you want to be in the room as a listener. If you can imagine if this was a country club membership, and how many of you have wanted to be in some of these rooms where maybe you just didn't think you were worthy or invited, and you just want to listen. If I could just be in the room with these people and listen, well, Clubhouse gives you that ability to just join a room or be invited into a room so you can have that fireside chat or that insider information, if you will. And there's a lot of skill set that's out there. I can tell you one of the most impactful things for me that it has done for me, and I'm not on it so often, but daily, I at least try to get on daily, listen in for a little bit. There's always something to learn. What I've learned specifically about myself from Clubhouse is that there's always more room to grow. And the question that I'll give each of you who's out there listening right now, have you lately or anytime recently, have you not, or have you felt uncomfortable? Or have you not felt uncomfortable? Has everything just been okay? Not necessarily that you're meeting all of your goals and things of that nature, but have you just not felt uncomfortable? And sometimes we all get in that position of not feeling uncomfortable. Whenever you do, it means that you're only surrounding yourself with people of your equal or less. And Clubhouse for me has put me in an uncomfort zone, if there's such a word, this uncomfort zone, because I've listened to people. It's not that I'm comparing myself to them or their achievements, but I'm listening to people, and I always look for skill sets that I don't have, that I want to brush up on, or look at somebody else's process. And what is their process then, which is going to be different from my process, taking the areas of weaknesses that I do have, sharpening up on those weaknesses so that I can become a little bit stronger in those areas. And there's a lot of people out there who are doing amazing things, people who are just rocking and rolling in industries that have nothing to do with what I'm doing, but the principle is still all the same. And that's what I realized, that, hey, listen, you know what, as much as I am into personal development, as much as I am into growth, Clubhouse has allowed me to say, hey, listen, I'm in the club. And my personality is one that I don't like being the guy in the room who doesn't make the team, put it that way. And so it's put me in a position to say, hey, I got to brush up on some other things. Yeah, I'm really good at a lot of things. There's probably one or two things that I may be great at, but Clubhouse has said, hey, listen, there's a lot of area for you to grow and to brush up on some of your skills. And so today, you know, if you see the title, it says from 100 air to 100 million and the journey in between. And then we're going to discuss that today. We're going to discuss that. I'll lay out some ground rules for what my expectations are on this call and my hope is that we have just some great dialogue and we feed the people who are here to listen. There's going to be opportunity for all of you, or for many of you who have questions, to ask specific questions. I think we will find a way to do that. I'm sure some of our moderators between Kitsia and Yasmin and Mark will be able to find out who's got a question and rate the hand raise feature and bring you on, let you ask your question. So here's the ground rules that I have for this particular call. Ground rules that I have, number one, is very, very simple. I want you to be authentic, and that's for all of our moderators that we have here. We want them to be authentic, not only the moderators, but if you have a chance to have the microphone, be authentic. And what do I mean by that? Just bring your true self. Don't feel that you've got to be anyone else. Don't feel that you got to be me. Don't feel that you've got to be anyone else that you've heard or that's on this call. You are good enough yourself. Just be authentic and transparent, because that's the only way you can really get true solutions to some of your challenges, is be authentic. Number two, be specific, okay? Don't ramble. If you're coming on, if you've got a question, or even if you're a moderator, if you've got a point that you want to make, let's not go back and ramble and go through the stories of, you know, well, when I was in fifth grade, you know, I met this guy and, you know, we went on a date and this is how the date went. You know, just get right to your point. And the reason being is there's a lot of people that are on here and they're looking for answers, and they're not looking for the details of how you led up to some of the answers. They're just looking for solutions. So let's be very specific. Let's not do a lot of rambling and non-essential verbiage and conversation. Number three, let's be solution oriented. What do I mean by that? Let's keep it positive, okay? Let's keep it positive. Positive to me doesn't mean I can't talk about something that has had a negative effect on me. So for example, if you're here and you're talking about, you know, maybe you lost your organization, that's not negative. Maybe you're looking for a solution for it not to happen again, or maybe you're looking for what was your part in it happening. It's a negative experience that you went through, but you're here for a solution. And so what I mean by being solution oriented is not getting into the blame game, not just coming on here and making a quote about something that's wrong without looking for a solution. Our goal here is to bring the best of what we know to be the best, and just to share, be a part of the clubhouse, offer some solutions, and give you a front row seat. You know, give you a front row seat. It's very seldom that I put myself in a position, even in my own company, to have a huge Q&A session, okay? Huge Q&A sessions. And so why the title from 100 air to 100 million and the journey in between is because everyone on this call can relate to that. Doesn't mean that you've got to have made $1 million or 100 million to make a contribution, but I'm sure everybody on this call has at least made it to the status of 100 air. And so some of you are just looking to become 1,000 air, maybe in network marketing or in Ibüümerang. Some of you may be looking to become a multi-millionaire. And we've got many on the call who are moderators who've been able to achieve that. Not only have they been able to do it, many of them have taught other people in their organizations how to do it as well. But the main point that we're going to do here on this clubhouse is we're going to make it fun, we're going to make it light, and we're going to make it addictive, whereas people want to come back and be a part of this particular clubhouse or whichever ones that we do. I strongly encourage you, as you become a member Clubhouse, to take a look at other different subjects that are here. peruse around and see what it is that tickles your fancy. See what it is that missing tool that you have in your tool belt, and sometimes just get on and listen. And I can tell you, every time that I've gotten on, I've heard something that I was able to put in my tool belt and say, hey, this right here, I can take that. And this 20 minutes that I actually invested to listening in was worth it, because I can take that particular tool or that solution that I got, and I know how to monetize it. I know how to monetize it. So with that, those are the only rules. Like I said, I have no idea where this is going to lead. I have no idea what topics or questions are going to come, and I don't want to dictate it. I just want to be here. My responsibility is just being that moderator and sharing. But I do want to talk to you, and I guess I'll start with my little soundbite of that journey from 100 to 200 million. For those of you who don't know, I started my career in network marketing. I was 18 years old. I was in college, and I did not have a sense of what network marketing was. My goal was to be a professional football player. So I went to school on a college football scholarship, and I was introduced by one of my teammates to a network marketing opportunity. And I'll never forget when he told me, hey, listen, you want to make some money? And my answer was, of course, I want to make some money. And I go here and I see a presentation. I'll never forget, the gentleman's name who gave the presentation was Bobby Jones. He was a retired pharmacist, and his wife was Ida Jones, and who also was a retired pharmacist. And so my entire world was changed because I had never met someone who was in their 30s who could claim retirement. My mindset, me growing up thinking I had to reach the age of 65 because that's what my mom taught me. And I watched that presentation, and it was an entirely new world that had opened up for me. And I was a little disappointed with my parents because I'm thinking, why in the world did they not tell me about this way of making money? And I was a little disappointed because I'm thinking they should have known about this. And I got started. I started in that business. It was the Amway Corporation, and if you know Amway, they're known for not allowing people or not encouraging people to sign up the same day. I was one of those who begged them to let me sign up, and they still didn't let me. Made me do a follow-up, and I signed up then. But what happened was my expectations were to get involved. I knew I was going to make $100,000 within the first 90 days because they told me all I had to do was sponsor 6, who sponsored 4, who sponsored 2, and that's a 6-figure income. I said, I can do it in a week, but I'll max it out and say 90 days. And I think it took me maybe about 3-4 months or something like that before I was able to sponsor my first person. And here I was, my world was completely rocked. I found this new opportunity. It seemed as easy as pie. And here I am. I couldn't get one single person to join me in this business. And that was when I realized that this is different. It's still worth it. I love it. It's different. And I had to figure out, how am I going to approach this and how am I going to make it work? Well, to make the long story short, 7 years went by. And I didn't make it work financially. 3 separate months that I had a $500 gross income, which is real gross. But I didn't, and I tell people this, and I said this on the last Clubhouse that I spoke on. People ask me all the time. I was in Costa Rica, and they asked me this. Well, why did you stay? Why didn't you quit? 7 years. Why didn't you quit? You only had 3 months with a $500 check. I didn't quit because when you're in the journey, as we talk about the journey in between from 100 to 100 million, you don't think in terms of time. Looking back on it, you got to remember there's two visions that we have. We have instant replay and we have instant pre-play. And instant pre-play, I wasn't looking at 7 years, this is what my story is going to be like. I can go back now, and you can go back as you hear my story, and you can use instant replay and say, 7 years, wow, way back then, why didn't you quit? Because when you're in process of accomplishing something on your journey, you don't think of time frames of 7 years. You think of the next milestone, and that next milestone may be sponsoring your first person. I knew it wasn't going to take me 7 years to do that. And every milestone that you achieve, the reset button of time is actually set. You hit a button, you reset, and now the clock, or if you ever look at the hourglass, it resets, and you give yourself more time. That means you can be in 4 years, accomplish something, and it's just like you hit the reset button, you turn over the hourglass, and you start over. And that's how it was for me. And I didn't know it was 7 years until 7 years was up. And but I can tell you this, throughout that period of time, I realized that the biggest challenge that I had in that journey was me accomplishing the personal journey of how to market to HB. I knew how to give a presentation. I knew how to share the plan. I knew the compensation. I knew all the stories of every other diamond that was in there. What I didn't know is I didn't understand how to sell me, how to market to me, how to fix the thought processes that had led me to be where I was mentally. I didn't understand that my childhood and that my surroundings, the people that I hang around for those 18 years that I had been alive, I didn't know that they had an impact on how others would see me, on my communication, on my vision, on my picture. Didn't understand that. And because no one had taught me that in the very beginning. And my biggest challenge was overcoming that. And once I learned HB, that there was a giant, a winner inside of HB, that was when things started to unfold for me. And then from there, I started to have some successes. And obviously along the way, once you figure out that thing that opens the door for you, whatever it is for you, your story is going to be different. We're going to hear stories from other people. Once you hear or figure that out, that one thing that's different for you that you need to unwind or open, and you know that is it, that's how the quantum leap for me took place in network marketing, to go from, $500 in income in a month to the heights that I've been able to achieve, because all I did is I just continued to press on that same button. And so I never went out and tried to learn 25 different skills. Once I knew the skill set, and that was being able to sell me, and that was working on my believability for me, not for anybody else. I could make a lot of other people believe me, but I didn't know the art form of how to make HB believe HB. So I couldn't look myself in the mirror and say, you were a winner, and look in the eyes and believe that the guy who was talking to me was telling the truth. And you know what? Most people still can't do it. Yeah, they can say it, but in terms of selling that person in the mirror, they couldn't do it. And once I did that, it opened up for me. So I want to just, talk to some other people that's on the moderator, some of our other diamonds here, and kind of get some of your story, some of your journey. And then we'll piggyback with questions and things of that nature. Like I say, this is going to be organic. Wherever it takes us today is where it's going to take us. All I know is that it's going to be impactful for people that's on this call. Our whole goal is to go be on here, serve and give. And I just know it's going to be great. So if we have any of the other moderators that are on here right now, and I don't know, I'm trying to see who we have on here. Okay, I think I can see it now. If we have any of the other ones who want to jump in real quick and just share a little bit, of what your journey has been, the biggest challenge that you had to overcome in order to have the floodgates open for you, and you want to share that quickly, come on. You may have to unmute yourself.
Hey, Mr. Holton.
Yay, this is Fernanda. Hi, Fernanda.
Yes, hi. It's very good idea, this clubhouse. Congratulations for all. For me, you say que cuando él descubrió para qué era bueno,
You said when you discovered for what you were good,
fue cuando cosas pasaron.
that was when things started to happen for you.
Y justamente yo estos días descubrí qué necesidad hay en el mundo que yo podía solventarla.
And as a matter of fact, a couple of days ago, I started thinking what problems the world has that I can solve.
Y ha resultado en que pude descubrir ese nicho de mercado.
And I find out that I have a niche that I can work with.
Que ha hecho una explosión en nuestro negocio.
That has created an explosion in our business.
Nos hemos convertido en personas atractivas y ya llevamos varios registrados.
And we have become a very attractive people.
Entonces tiene sentido lo que dice, porque es realmente cuando uno sabe cuál es su porqué, su propósito de vida, atraes las personas que te van a ayudar a tu misión.
And we have recruited a lot of people lately, and when you know exactly what you need to do, you start attracting those people that will help you to accomplish what you want.
Eso es lo que quería compartir.
That's what I wanted to share with you.
You know, that's awesome, because I can even feel it. I can feel the energy of you finding your niche, and finding your pathway. And when one finds their pathway, their speech becomes different. Their energy becomes infectious. Their enthusiasm, it becomes a real unique enthusiasm. And that's really where the road to freedom is when you find that pathway. That's when you can really claim freedom. So number one, thank you so much for that contribution, and I really appreciate it. Anybody else?
Hey, Mr. Buggs.
All right, we'll go ladies first. Then we'll go to Sam. Let's go to Jackie. I think that was Jackie.
Hello. How are you? Thank you so much for this platform. The biggest thing that I had to realize in network marketing industry that I had to get over the nose. I realized that everybody is not going to see what we see. People don't want to go down the path that you're going. And I had to understand that the no's were depressing. I wanted to give up. I wanted to do all of those things. But then I realized that I wasn't in it for them, that I had to keep moving forward because their journey is not my journey. So the biggest thing was to accept the no's. And once you accept the no's, then you can go on and make your 6 figures and 7 figures.
Awesome. You're right. I think even on my on the cash cow, when I talked about the invite, of looking at the no's as a source of income, and you don't get paid for your yeses, you get paid for your no's, and when you start to visualize those differently, you're able to get through them. Sam Bean. Sam, I think you're still muted.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, I can hear you now.
Awesome. Thank you for allowing me to share, and I appreciate the platform. But for me, it was environment. I grew up on government assistance, housing, and everything else, and I didn't have anybody that was rich around me. But I knew I was going to be rich one day, and aligning myself with you on a network marketing platform put me in a position where now I was in that environment, and every time I got around you, I got uncomfortable, which is a good thing because it stretched me. Because every time I knew I was going to come around you, I knew I had to learn something. I knew I had to be better, and I knew I wanted to not necessarily fit in, but I wanted to at least grow every time that happened. But when I say environment, I just remember you were the first person at the hospital when my first son was born, and my aunt was there. And I still remember this like it's yesterday. This is one of the things that propelled me forward to do big things in network marketing. But I was joking with her about the joke you made. You said my son was so big, he looked like Shaq laying in the bed next to 5-point guards. And I told my wife, I told my aunt, I said, look, I'm gonna need you to help me sell some of this coffee because we gotta feed that boy, And so she said, you better go get a job. You're doing this network marketing thing, you better go get a job. And that really did something to me, and it hit me. So me having that motivation and again, having the alliance and having that access to your wisdom, that helped me propel our business forward.
Awesome. Well, environment, guys, is very important. Anybody else want to share?
Yeah, I'm here, Mr. Buggs.
Luis.
Yes.
Ventura. Yes.
First of all, I wanted to congratulate you, Mr. Buggs, for all the success that you had in the past and you're having right now, and to allow us to participate in this great conversation. To me, when I started in network marketing, I didn't know that network marketing existed. And sometimes when we join a business, we don't really know what business we are joining in or what we have to do. So the expectation that we have, there's probably non-expectation. So for me, network marketing was new. I didn't know that existed. And when I went to the first presentation, I went because one of my boss that I used to work with, he invited me. He says, "Hey, Luis, we have been invited to a business presentation, and I want you to come." And I said, "Why did you select me?" Because he says, the guy who asked me to bring, the guy who invited me asked me to bring my best employee, and I think you are the best. So I felt so great that he invited me. But when I went to the presentation, I didn't know what type of business presentation was going to be in. So when they started talking about network marketing, they didn't start talking on the things that you had to do, but they started talking about the things that you would do if, the things that you could do, like traveling and do the things that you really want if you do the business. And he said, the guy said, in the next 2 to 3 years, in the next 3 to 5 years, you're going to be able to accomplish, if you do this, in the next 2 to 3 years, you're going to accomplish all the things that you wanted to accomplish. So I felt so excited. When I felt so excited, I said, I'm ready to get in. And I didn't know what I was going to be doing. So when I joined the business, I didn't know what to do, but I was excited. And that was, I was always excited. So I was there for 2 years. I accomplished some things, but not too much. And then next, when I met you 5 years later, I knew exactly what I wanted. And when you gave us a plan, it was easy for us to succeed. That's it.
Awesome. No, that's great stuff. Great stuff, Luis. And I remember you sharing that story, and I'll never forget it. But it's really, really, really important. It's been really impactful. I know you've impacted a lot of people as well. I want to reach out to anyone else real quick. I've got somebody real special I'm going to invite onto this call here, who's been, I would say, probably the most impactful person of the last 3 opportunities that I've been a part of. Many of you heard me speak of them, but I'll bring them on in a moment. I had no idea that they were going to be on here, but I'll bring them on in a moment here. But anybody else, I need to figure out how to invite her onto this call. She popped up here in a second, but I don't know how to invite her back on. I'll see if Mark can do it.
What's her name?
Yep, I got it. There we go. I got her now. I sent her the invite. When she pops on, I've got a couple more diamonds. I'll make sure she's on. She can text me, and I'll just give her a little invite here.
HP, this is Tommy.
Okay.
Tommy,
How are you? What a great
fantastic.
Yeah, thank you for this. Well, for me, I really had to overcome just people are down on what they're not up on. And so for me, it was changing who I'm listening to, deciding to make that choice to change who I'm listening to, and really understand the power of association. And then learning to really value mentorship. For me, 18 years ago, when I got into network marketing, I came in trying not to do it. I backed my way into it, trying to keep my mom from doing it. She introduced it to me, and I thought she was crazy. And it was a matter of just plugging into it, to a mentor, changing who I listen to, and really thinking about that and processing it. That's what allowed me to have the success in the first place. Without it, I would have continued to have listened to the wrong people and just assumed that something didn't work. I just didn't know this business model could really change someone's life when it's done properly. So those were some of the big obstacles for me. And then learning how to not just to discipline your disappointment along the way, because I was taught that discouragement's a luxury you can't afford. And so along the way, at the beginning, when you're first getting going, all the dogs barked, including the dogs can be in your own head sometimes. And then just listening to people who told me that I could, as opposed to the people that said we couldn't. And that those were some of the major obstacles in the early days. And then just getting around people that are plugged in and learn that value of association, and it really changed things for us.
Well, Tommy, I want you to expand on that as well. I know Jackie talked about getting past the no's and getting to the yeses. But I want you to expound on it when you talk about listening to the people who told you yes versus the people who told you no. I'm sure that there's a lot of people who are on this call. They're not on the moderator line right now.
Sure.
They feel that they don't have anything to contribute. They feel that their story is not worthy of being heard or even being shared. They feel that they're in a rut right now, or that maybe they can't get their business up, that the business is much harder than what they thought it was going to be. They sponsored their first person and somehow 3 quit. Something that bad happened. I want you to share real quick, what was your solution of how you got through that? What made you be able to focus on those who said yes? I mean, who were telling you could versus you couldn't?
Well, first of all, I don't like no's. So I try not to put myself in the position to get a lot of no's. A lot of people will say, hey, I'm more successful than you because I got more no's than you. Frankly, I don't like no's. But so anyhow, it was track record, and it was plugging into a team. And really in that first opportunity that we were in, we dumb lucked our way into a great team. We didn't know the value. I had no clue that I'm here because of the mentorship, because of the value of you. and we've learned what that can really mean to somebody. But, nobody likes a riches to riches story anyway. And so when you say somebody doesn't really feel like their story has value, I beg to differ. It's quite the contrary. Their story, even though it hasn't gone, maybe if it hasn't even been grown the way they wanted to yet, that their story told properly still can impact and touch people's lives, because expectation, I always feel, is the best thing that any of us can bring to the table individually, our own personal expectation. So what allowed me to listen to those who told me that I could as opposed to that I couldn't? Well, first of all, we had, it's being very clear on the reason we got into the business in the first place, what we wanted to accomplish that we couldn't do, something we couldn't have, that we weren't willing to give up on, that we couldn't have doing what we were doing. I was selling real estate at the time, and we wanted to be able to be present at everything that our children ended up having a passion for. Our daughter wasn't born yet. She just turned 16. Our son was 2. He just turned 20. So, but we knew one day they were going to find something they had a passion for. And I was working 60, 70 hours a week selling real estate for a builder. And the last thing in the world that I needed was something else to do. But when somebody who had what I wanted shared with me that this could allow me to have that freedom, because I would have to continue to recreate it in real estate, reset every month for the rest of my life if I wanted to maintain the lifestyle that selling X amount of homes in a given month would allow us. So being very clear on something, I was willing to give up. Holton, I would have given up on the industry. I was willing to give up on me as it related to building the business, but I wasn't willing to give up on the idea of keeping my wife, Lindsay, home to raise the kids. I always joke and say, if I wanted somebody, the babysitter to raise the kids, I would have married the babysitter. But there's, and we wanted to be able to be present and watch them do whatever it is that they love. So that is the first part. But the second part is, and it's real easy to listen to the wrong people. And we would lie in bed sometimes and think, man, are you awake? Yeah, I'm awake. What are you thinking about? Is this real? Do you think that we could do this? Is it for us? And because you mentioned people think it's going to be easy. Nobody told me it was going to be easy. And I can tell you it was the hardest thing that I had ever done, really building it the first time. But it was so worth it. But every time, and I'm not a quitter, Holton, but I almost quit probably a dozen times in the first year. And for various reasons. And I can tell you what most of them were. But anyways, and I had 17 that I had worked my butt off to bring in. And I did everything in the enrollment process. I was so dumb about it and uncoachable really for the first year that I even got the credit cards and helped put them in the system. I sat on hold for 2 hours, whatever it took. If they had a challenge, I'd sit on hold. I knew the music, all the songs by heart, but for everybody else, but they found a way to quit on their own. 14 of the 17 quit. They didn't even tell me they were going to quit. They were my friends. They figured out how to quit on their own. They didn't even know how to sign up. And so, I that's one of the things that really set me back. And I just would make sure that every time that I would proactively reach out to a mentor, to an upline person who had a vested interest in my success. He told me that he would be easy to get a hold of for the right people. And I thought, what does the right person look like? And it turns out it's the most coachable and the most consistent, the people who treat it like a real business. And I just made a commitment to contact them every time when I had a setback. And I would be so convinced that it wasn't for me, that it wasn't going to work, that it wasn't real, because my dogs in my head would just be barking nonstop. And then you add up all the other people that are telling me that it can't work because they have Smokey the Bear syndrome. They want to kick your fire out. And anytime you do something different or on a big scale, I believe you're subject to ridicule by people who matter. And so I would call him and just listen to his answer on how I should handle a situation. With the people that quit, he said, just keep the train moving forward. Eventually the signups will far outweigh the cancellations. And I would be like, man, that's not what I wanted to hear. I was looking for a silver bullet. I was looking for something that made it really easy for me. And then I thought one day, I just thought, you know what? This guy was not born with a network marketing spoon in his mouth. At some point, he had to go through the process of getting to where he is, push through this. And then I just had this thought that he doesn't make a dime if he doesn't help me make he doesn't make a dime if he doesn't help me make $1. Mm-hmm. So the advice that he's given me, the suggestions, as though it's not what I'm looking for sometimes, it must be the accurate answer, because he had a track record of success and integrity. He had what I wanted, what I had felt that I would have helped my family to have at that point in my life. And I wasn't even close. I didn't know how to be wealthy. Mm-hmm. And so I just decided, I made a decision that, my manager at my job, KB Home, I was selling homes. When he would tell me something, I questioned it, because he was paid to keep me down. He was threatened by me. Mm-hmm. And you become a victim of your own success. But in the business here, it's a level playing field. And, so I thought, man, why would he give me anything but the best? He knows what he's doing, because he doesn't make any money if he doesn't help me succeed. So I just chose to believe him. And it was not easy. Right. I chose to believe him over, my friends, my own voices half the time, and everybody else. And it was the best decision I ever made.
So I was going to say, so basically, it was just a decision. It was a hurdle that you had to overcome, but you made that decision.
That's right. It's a choice.
Awesome. Guys, as I said, this call will go, and it will go organically. I didn't send out invitations to anyone but the people who were part of our network, but I knew some would want to chime in or whatever it was, and I want to bring someone on that I have admired for so long. Many of you have always heard me refer to her as one of the smartest people in this industry. And she doesn't like to really get all the accolades and be on the stage and all of those things. But I can tell you, she's made a huge impact on early in my our careers. I remember when I started in my coffee business, she was my very first call. Hey, listen, here are my options. Tell me, here's what I'm thinking I should do. Tell me, am I thinking in the right direction? And we talked for probably 30, 45 minutes or so, could have been longer. And obviously that led to a huge success. Made another phone call. Lisa, I'm thinking about starting my own company. Tell me what your thoughts are. Hey, whatever I can do to support you, let me know. I've got resources here, blah, 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 whatever it is. Many of you have enjoyed, our one of our newest products called Zents. The first person I sent samples to, Lisa, I got something I'm sending to you. It's our first physical technology that we're going to implement. let me know I'm not making a huge mistake. Tell me what your thoughts are about it. I feel it in my bones, but I need your input. Sent it to her, calls me back. She says, it's going to be a home run. Next thing you know, in the middle of a pandemic, it becomes our biggest month we've had in the history of our company launching that. And it's because she studied this industry. She is actually a top earner in another company. And we have remained great friends for so long. Anything I'm doing, she always wants to support. She's always called me up and says, hey, listen, you got any causes that I can donate money to on your behalf? That's the type of person she is. She is a, right now, multiple seven-figure earner. And she builds it purely for looking for customers. She's not one of the, she don't look for networkers. She looks for customers. And I can tell you that's one of the things that I have learned from her. So I want to invite onto this call here, and I want to just, let her flow the way she would normally flow, and bring Lisa Grossman onto this call. Lisa, you on here?
Wow. I am, and it is such an honor and a privilege to be on your stage. I thank you for bringing me here, and I want to apologize because I do, in fact, sound like a frog. A lot of Clubhouse, a lot of Zooms, a lot of stuff, but I was listening to everybody, and Holton, you're so kind. I remember the first time that you called me, and I heard it in your voice, and it was that you got it. I don't think you were in the industry. Yeah, you've been 7 years with your first company. I always loved that. People always said, how did you stay in this company for 7 years and make no money? And he said, that company made me a millionaire. I just cashed the check somewhere else. He got it. And we became friends ever since. And I have had a lot of success in the industry. But for me, it came to the realization that I just spent too much time worrying about me. And the day that I understood it wasn't about me was the day my business began to explode. Because I was always worried about the messenger when I had such a powerful message that people needed to hear. And I couldn't focus on that because I got in my own way. So I'll use Holton as an example because everybody looks at him and wonders, why? He's made a lot of money. He's been the number one earner in the world in the field. Why does he start a company? Because I will tell you, as glamorous as it may seem, running a company in network marketing when you are as good as he is in the field is not a decision you make because you need to be a company owner or you need to be in a magazine. It's a decision you make because you're always asking, how can I create even a bigger impact than what I'm creating? The bigger your paycheck, the bigger the impact that you are creating in the lives of people. And what happens to so many people is they get caught up in the recipe. And what you need to do to be successful in a network marketing company, the skills that you need to develop is about as difficult as if I gave you a chocolate chip cookie recipe. It's simple. You want to get great at it, do it over and over and over again. But people get so lost in the how-tos, refusing to believe that they're simple, that they don't focus on their vision, on growing their mind, on looking at things differently. What separates successful people from unsuccessful people is the way they look at the world, the questions they ask, and the size of their vision. The consistency, a kid who shows up at McDonald's every day, and there's nothing wrong with that, and works the milkshake machine is consistent. And if he does a really good job making milkshakes, he probably doesn't get fired. So those are all a given. And I would encourage people to spend less time in what you do, because that book's been written, follow it, and more time in your vision. And what I love about Holton, what I've always respected about Holton, is he never stops. And the reason he never stops is if there are 1,000 people that you can show up and help, do you only help the first 400? If Mr. 1001 walks in the room, do they not deserve a chance to make a change, to make their lives better, to make a difference in their families' lives, to help change the world? And that's how you have to start looking at the magnificent opportunity that this industry, this profession affords you, because there are not many businesses in the world. I can't think of one that the better you become at helping other people to hopefully one day be better than you, the more that you will be rewarded for it. And that's kind of miraculous when you think about it. That you don't have to worry about your competition keeping you down, or if somebody that you taught too much putting you out of business. If you teach everybody everything you know, your greatest hope is that they will outperform you and make you irrelevant, so that you are not just a money-making machine, you are a legacy, something that will outlast you and possibly create, you know, a life-changing income because of it. So those were my thoughts when I was listening.
Yeah, Lisa, I got another couple questions for you, and yes. Because it's you know, it's just obviously years of wisdom, and I've watched you in your career as well, just always rise to the top, and if a person didn't know Lisa, they wouldn't just by her presence of not focusing on her, they would think, okay, well, she's not probably going to be a top earner because she's not so into her and telling everybody what she's done and here's who I am or whatever it is. That's just not her personality. So my question to you is, you've been at the top of everything that you of every company since I've known you. What your recipe? Because some people think you've got to go out and you have to go out and recruit networkers. You know, right now you're making millions of dollars a year, and you've got people in your organization who are making millions. Did you build it from networkers? What has this journey been like with your current company? I want you to just speak candidly on that.
I'm going to be very candid. And first off, this journey I did not. And I want you to understand that I have nothing against networkers per se. However, the idea that you're going to find people that are going to make you money, why would anybody want to make you money? Because you're you. So dealing with networkers, I often found that the volume was done. They could create faster cash flow, but it didn't root because the DNA of why they made the decision, or in fact, the DNA of why they were asked to even look at the opportunity, was not there. So I said, if I ever went back in the field, and Holton, you know that I never intended to go back in the field. Loved it. Mm-hmm. I thought I had the t-shirt. I thought I'd done it all. Right. Because if I could, I would do it for the love of the game and the joy of the journey. And I realized that foundationally strong businesses are not sustained by the guy who's in the executive office. Foundationally, businesses are sustained from people that genuinely love the brand, love the product. Apple, it's one of the most valuable companies in the world because people love iPhones, not because they want to go to work for Apple. Because people love the way that Apple treats them and and loves the experience that Apple creates for them. And when I saw that, I said, hey, is it easier? Well, let me back up. When a person's sitting in an audience and we're sharing an opportunity with them and they've never done it, we get at the front of the room, we tell a very compelling story, very truthful, we draw circles and we talk about it, and they sign up. The enthusiasm of the room, the simplicity of the program, but they really made a decision to join a business. Chances are, before they got that phone call, they were watching TV, not out looking for a business to start. And they join the business and they hope they can do it. They do not believe they can do it. So they go out, they talk to 5 people with all kinds of enthusiasm, no kind of knowledge, and 5 people tell them no. And it validates what they always thought was going to happen anyway. They can't do it. They have no frame of reference for bringing someone into a business that they've never done and no story to tell. And we know at that point they've quit. They don't. What they do is they start saying, you know what? I'm going to, I'll call Holton when I'm successful. Oh, I can't call Louis now. Louis will laugh at me. And they keep reducing the people they're willing to talk to until they stop talking altogether. Now, if you have a product that you love, I don't care if it's in network marketing or out of network marketing, it did something for you. And you go out and you start telling your friends, oh my gosh, you got to get this Acme widget. You're not going to believe what it did for me. Oh God, I can't believe you bought that. That's so expensive. You can go to Walmart and get something cheaper that does the same thing. People keep talking because they know, and they know that it worked for them. And if people keep talking, ultimately they find the people that want to listen to what they have to say. So I found that it wasn't that I only build a customer group. We've got a huge organization, but 99% of those people, actually 100%, because when a top networker calls me and I get those calls, they'll say, I want to come work with you. And I'm like, great, get the product, use the product. If you love it, we have something to talk about. If you don't, how are you going to sell it? How are you going to build a sustainable long-term company based on a lot of people that have no affection for the product, but thought they were going to make money one day? We make money because people use the product. That's what creates the juice in any company. So that's kind of what happened. And it goes back to something that you taught me a long time ago, because my first business that I made $1 million a year back 2001, when you called me, you started educating me about the difference, even though it might take a little longer, the difference in the stability with the farm team versus the, what is
free
it?
agents.
The buy team.
Right, the free agents.
Yeah, the free agents. Sorry, that's what it was. I couldn't remember. So basically, bought a little farm 3.5 years ago, and now I own it. Now my farm owns half the. Now my farm covers half the state.
Uh-oh, did you guys lose me?
I didn't lose.
Lisa? There we go. Okay.
Do you have another question?
Yeah, I do have another question because this is just really great. I know people right now are eating this up. I want you to just speak on because you've done this for so long, and you have advised so many companies. You're on the inside and know what happens in the industry, what doesn't happen in the industry. I want you to talk about your experience as to whether you've had to ever rebuild, because some people are in the phase of rebuilding. 2020 was a year for some that they just lost momentum, lost people, lost this or lost that because of situations. And now they're in a rebuilding stage. And some find themselves not able to rebuild because of mostly of their own personal, mental, or emotional challenges, but some successfully do it. Have you ever had to rebuild, and how did you do it?
Well, I've been in the business for 32 years, and let me be quite frank. I'm not here to brag, but I say this for emphasis. This is the third company where I've had a 7-figure per year income. You know that, Holton. And I didn't spend my whole career in the field. I spent much of it out of it. Well, I love my company. I love what I'm doing, and I love the evolution of the industry that's allowed it to become so much more a business model that is so much more stable than the one that we initially started out with. No matter how good we were, we couldn't outrun a business model that is not sustainable. So if it worked the first 2 times, I'd be a customer of this company. Would I really be here having rebuilt? So I rebuilt within companies that I loved, and I rebuilt having to start new adventures. And anybody who thinks they can is looking at it incorrectly, because it's not a function of starting over. You are never starting over. You are starting again, and you are starting again with knowledge and experience and an understanding and a story that you did not have before, which makes you more capable of doing it faster and going further. I don't believe people fail. Companies fail, but people don't fail because they're just learning experiences that arm them for the next step. Holton, I knew you were brilliant when I met you, but had you told me at that time, hey, I'm going to go start a company and do $100 million, based on your time of experience in the industry at that point, I would have said, you've got the skills to run a big company. I can hear it by listening to you, but you have the knowledge of the people in the field and of who it is necessary to build that company to do it now. Is that a good decision? Because companies don't create $1 of revenue. Their field creates all. So to me, rebuilding was never rebuilding, because I committed to the vision that I was creating. And I have found that most people who quit or do not or allow the bad day to keep them from getting out of bed to have the great week, it's because they've either failed to commit to the vision that they were creating, or they never created one in the first place. Because this is not about you if you want to have great impact. And it's also not about the money. People talk too often about how much money they want to make. Money can either clothe you, feed you, keep you warm at night, or you can't do anything. Money doesn't do anything. It's what the lack of money prevents you from, and what the abundance of money can allow you to do. And so many people, their vision stops with some number they wrote on a board. And that is not going to keep you going when the going gets tough. A lot of people say they want to get out of debt. Nobody wants to be in debt, but if getting out of debt, being able to pay off all your bills was enough to motivate people, everybody would be debt free. But the idea of working hard today to pay for what you did last month that you don't even like anymore does not motivate most people. So you have to have a clear vision, and you have to continually expand your vision. And that's all I did. It was about rebuilding. It was about, what am I trying to do? Am I committed to it? I've got a company that I like. I'm committed. I need a lot of people to do this with me, but I don't need any particular person other than me. So I'm not going to worry about those who chose to say it wasn't for them. That's their choice. Not going to beat myself up over their choice. What's my choice going to be? I'm going to go keep talking and telling the story and hearing other people's stories. Are you happy? Are you happy in your life? Are you happy with the road you're on? Is it taking you where you want to go? And if not, do you have a plan to change it? Because most people don't. Would you like to see one? It may not be for you, but I'm sure you're going to love the product. Most people do. But if you see what I see, I think together we can do something pretty special, and maybe we can help you find a better road to a better destination. And even if this isn't it, and this is important because it's their choice, even if this isn't it, you keep looking till you find a plan that works for you, because gosh, everybody deserves to be happy. So I'm a happiness guide.
Lisa, listen, if you have an opportunity, we're going to open it up for some Q&A to the field there. We're going to come back to a lot of our moderators as well, so we can kind of mix it up. But you're welcome to stay on and chime in with some of the questions as well. Like I said, I had no idea which direction it was going to go, but I can tell you this right here. This is I've been here taking notes while you've been talking. Oh, and one of the things, guys, that I want to mention is this here. Here's one of the identifiers that I want you to recognize, and it may not be your skill set now, but this is something that we all should work on. If you can listen to Lisa and you can hear how clear and concise and intentional she is with her words, she's not misunderstood by her prospects. She's not misunderstood by her organization or her customers or whoever it is that she's talking to. And I can tell you one thing is that when you get involved in this business, knowing your company, knowing your product, knowing your story, but most importantly, knowing how to communicate it, it shaves years off of your trials or your journey to get to that next level. And so incredible communicator. Lisa's one of the best. And so I think MK right now, Mark is going to open it up.
Hey, let me do something real quick, Holton, if you don't mind.
No, go ahead. I just text you to see where you are.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I've got to come behind the queen of MLM. Listen, Lisa Grossman, how are you? This is Johnny.
Hey, Johnny, I am awesome. I miss you. And Holton, I was wondering before, and I want to hear from Johnny, and I'll stay as long as I can reveal you. But I did want to address one thing that Tommy had said about yeses and nos. Would that be okay?
Absolutely. Go ahead.
Okay. Your list, and we live in a very different time now. The list can be whatever it is. It used to be for me people that were on my phone, but here's what happens to a lot of people. You only have the ability to talk to a certain number of people in any given day. And you don't know who's going to say yes and who's going to say no. And people are really afraid of the no's, and you need to be afraid of the yeses. And this is what I mean by that. If Holton tells me no, it's no. If a person who is the most negative person in the whole world tells me no, it's no. There's a significant difference between what happens to my career if either one of those individuals tells me yes. So what you want to do is make sure, it doesn't matter who says no, that's their choice, But always ask yourself, is my business, my mission, my vision going to grow forward and be enhanced if this person says yes? Because if they say no, not my problem, their choice. But I don't want their yes to become my problem because I was so excited to get someone to do something. And that's all I wanted to share.
Another nugget of wisdom there. Go ahead, J-Dub.
Man, that is so good. That's so good. Lisa, I can tell you this, I started this industry back on February 11th of the year 2000. And I remember your voice being on that very first call. And I remember the impact that your voice just catapulted, in my life and in my energy. And I thank you for that. And I look here now, 20 years later, almost 21 years. In 2 weeks, it'll be 21 years since I heard your voice for the first time. And I just want to let you know, your voice, you're legendary to me, and it has always been an honor and a pleasure to have direct access to you. So with all that being said, man, I'm honored to be here. Thank you for inviting me on the platform. I think that the conversation that has gone forth so far is monumental for anybody that's open-minded right now. When I say open-minded, it's the difference between you being here and you being present. I believe we're all here. We can scroll through several hundred people right now who are live and you're here. But for those of you who are present, especially with what Lisa just shared, what Mr. Buggs just shared, and all of our leaders have shared, for those of you who are present right now on this day, this could be the day that you realize why this industry is going to work for you. I love the fact that, Lisa said, we don't rebuild, we build again. And I've always had that mindset, to be able to, build again at any moment. Now, I've been forced to build again from scratch, but I've always had the habit of building again, even in the midst of building. And what I mean by that is, I psychologically put myself into a situation where, I have 0 people in my organization. I have 0 customers, even when, I'm making, a nice, healthy 6 figures a month, 8, 9, 10 years later, still making, over 6 figures a month, and still convincing myself that it's time to build again. I think the worst time to build again is when you have to. I think you should always have the mindset to build again. And, it really separates you from, being that one-hit wonder. If you ever want to prove to yourself that you're not a one-hit wonder, build again when it's not necessary. Does that make sense, Holton?
Dude, it does. One of my favorite sayings when I was in the field and my leaders, I had the relationship so they didn't take offense to it. But one of the favorite sayings that I would have when people would call me says, "What are you up to right now?" I said, "Looking for your replacement." and they, because they knew I never wanted to be held hostage by my current group, because of my current group that I've come so far with decided to do something different. I didn't want my family to be subject to their decision. And so what I had to do was always be building. And so my last opportunity of building as a distributor, for the first 8 years, you couldn't find a month where I didn't sponsor at least 2 people. And that was me, making the type of money I made. But you couldn't go back in history in our database and say, here's a month where Holton didn't sponsor at least 2 people. I was I've always found the time to do it. So you're right.
Yeah. And I think that right now, man, listen, if there was ever an opportunity to prove to yourself that you are the leader that you would follow, it's building right now. If I were just starting this industry, or even if I've been in the industry and I saw someone building through the fire, building through the pain, and just absolutely persevering, that's a leader that I would recruit to be my leader. So some of you, we're in a situation right now where we don't know if we're going to live long enough to see something like this again. Hopefully we don't. But this is an opportunity to show the world, really and truly, what kind of leader can you be? If you can lead me through the midst of hell, that's a leader I can follow. Anybody can lead, when everything's going great. Anybody can lead when the sun is shining. But where you really, really find the real soldiers is not just after the war, but it's in the middle of the war. And I believe the entire industry is at war right now. And mark my words, the absolute greatest leaders of this generation will birth out of COVID-19.
I agree. I agree definitely. I think there's a shift that's actually has taken place mentally with a lot of people, of them understanding what they've got to do. I can tell you, Johnny, and then I'll shoot to a couple of questions, and everybody will have a chance to chime in if they want to answer the questions. I won't be the one answering all the questions, or even most of them. I want the people, if they have somebody specific that they want to address a question to, whether it's whoever's spoken already, Lisa, Johnny, myself, Jackie, Luis, whoever, Sam, or anybody else that's on the moderators, you can direct a question to. But I'll tell you this, as I reflect back, the biggest opportunities that I built this is me, and I'm just being transparent. My biggest motivation wasn't necessarily my why of what I wanted to accomplish, or something that I wanted. It was something fear-based of what would the consequence be if I didn't build right now, if I didn't build big. And so you've got to find what motivates you. And Mark, I've actually found a way to add these questions and to the people who raise their hand. So if you do have a question, there's a button at the bottom. You can just raise your hand. I'm going to go right now to some questions. I'm going to go to, is it Sierra Lastar? I see that's the first one. Sierra, I have now put you into the chat. And what's your question?
Thank y'all so much. First of all, I just want to tell y'all, thank y'all so much. And I mean, everybody on the panel for doing this. I'm really new in network marketing. So is my team. I had a very brief question. I could just go on for years, though, just in thanking each person, Jackie, Jayla, Mr. Buggs. Like, y'all have no clue. So my mind is blown. But my question is, what is the direct way for us beginners, and I hope I don't take this off subject, to contact you all in reference to advertisement and things like that before we launch it, just to make sure we're staying on path and we're not doing anything, outside of what we can do?
Okay. Great question. Thanks for even having the consideration to ask permission before you go out and do something. The best way to make that contact is through our advocacy department. You can submit something to support at ibüümerang.com, and our support team, and let them know what it is that you're looking to accomplish. And that's why we call it advocacy and not compliance, is because they fight on your behalf. So if you're out doing something, they don't call you to shut you down. They call you to say, hey, what's your goal? What are you trying to accomplish? Let me show you how to do it the right way. And so some people, we've had to do that after they've already launched it. And in your case, they'll do it before you actually launch it. And but even prior to that, what I would recommend you do is get with your specific upline, with what your plan is, and make sure that your plan can be supported should you have success. Let me explain what I mean by that. Okay? There's so many different ways to build the business, and people come into your organization and Jared, they're going to come into your group with ideas. I am always open to ideas. My philosophy is I'm the yes man. So when people call me and says, can we do this? My answer is yes. Now let's figure out how to do it. That yes may be yes for 5 minutes, for 5 hours, 5 days, or 5 months until it becomes counterproductive. And so what I mean by that is that people will come in with great ideas, and we build through a system. Your upline has a mini system, okay, and which is a component of the company system that we have, which all going to lead all the way up to our global master ambassador, Edwin Haynes. And so you want to make sure that if you're having success doing something, like Lisa said, that what if everybody did say yes based off of how you were going to build the business? Would it cause an issue because maybe your upline, if it is Jackie and Jayla, which goes up to Trey Harris and up to Edwin, would it cause an issue if they don't have the knowledge base of how to do what it is that you've done so that they can actually support you? For example, if you had a business based off of ClickFunnels or radio advertising or whatever it may have been, and then you got all of these people who join. Well, I know that Jackie and Jayla haven't built their business that way. Trey hasn't built his business that way. Edwin hasn't either. And if they don't have the experience to teach you that, then you want to make sure that you're in sync. It doesn't mean that you don't do it, just make sure that you develop a plan so that when success happens, you're not regretful about the people who came in and the lack of preparation by you and your upline. So do it with the upline first, and then next, once you get on the same page, go to compliance. And one other thing to everyone here: never come to your upline or never try to surprise your upline. It's one of the things that people have a misnomer of. They think they're going to make us proud by saying, "Hey, I was just going to go diamond this way," and then let you know. There are no surprise diamonds. Okay, and you don't want to spend a lot of money and resources on something without being in connection with your upline there. So thanks, Sierra. Great question. I appreciate that. I'm going to go on now to, let's go to Leslie Emmer Bug. Leslie, who's your question directed to, and what is your question?
Hi, everybody. The question is directed to everybody, basically, and a lot of it's been answered already. It's about finding motivation when you are in a slump. You know, when things aren't going as great as you were hoping they'd go, and but you're still working hard. And what skills have people developed on a day-to-day basis to get over and get out of that funk that you can easily sink into?
Anybody want to take that question? Anybody who's not spoken yet want to take that question? If not, we can go to anybody else who would like to take it.
Hey, Steve, this is Edwin Haynes.
Edwin Haynes.
Hey. I'm gonna take that question, but I also want to say to you, thanks for this incredible new platform and way to communicate. It also shows how our leadership is willing to move forward in the way that things are going in our world today. And you've always been a step ahead as our leader, and for 20 years seeing that. I'm so proud to hear Lisa as one of our first major guests on this call. And of course, all of our top leaders that are here to support, inclusive of Johnny and all of the diamonds. But in terms of the question there for me, I have always, because I had such a big why, and this is why we talk about having a why, it was so important that I had to accomplish the goals or the why that I set out to accomplish. It was very important for me as being, I'm going to say now, the first generational millionaire in my family, to be that example for my family, to be able to show my kids that it was possible when circumstances didn't align in the way that I thought it would. And so I had to make sure I accomplished what I set out to do, knowing that the obstacles of life would get in the way. And so no matter what I had to go through, as a matter of fact, I had to implement something that I learned long ago, is not just do all that you can do, but do what's necessary in order for you to win. And when you do what's necessary, you're willing to go from being comfortable to doing the uncomfortable until the uncomfortable becomes comfortable for you. And so in many cases, I had to exercise that. And so I tell you that, I can't remember who set up the question, I apologize, but you just go out and make sure that even if you have to get into, plug into your plugged in line of sponsorship and somebody, your accountability partner, who's going to be able to coach you through that, you be the biggest cheerleader for yourself, but making sure you stay in line with your plugged in upline. And that will get you through, in many cases, a lot of the challenges. When things are down, you're able to move on because you know there's a bigger cause that you have to do in order to accomplish your goals. So keep your goals in front of you and make sure you be accountable and just keep plowing through. And the last part, know that there are going to be challenges. I knew that there would be challenges, and I was mentally, I accepted that, and I prepared myself that no matter what the challenge was, my goal was to rise above the challenge. And I still do that today. So that would be my response to that question.
Awesome stuff there. I think great wisdom there from our global master ambassador. Great stuff there. Anybody else want to chime in? Looks like Cesar.
This is Cesar.
Cesar and then Gary.
Okay, I want to add something about that question because just before we start this call, first of all, thank you for this platform. It's amazing. I was doing a mentorship and I was talking a little about that, and what I realized is that when things are down, many people do the activity, but they don't have the correct mindset. So what I was telling the people is that I never do things because HP told me to do things. I do it because I know for a fact that if I do it what HP is telling me, I will have the result. It's not the same that you do it because you have to do it. For example, many people do presentations because they listen to the training that you have to do presentations, but they don't do the presentation with the correct mindset. So I remember the first time I met you in 2011, it was in California. You did a training, and we have a training with more than 1,000 people. And
I remember that training. I think that was a training where we had that room. We had so many people standing up, and the training was set maybe 3 days. We had a leadership training, and then in the leadership training, you guys asked me, could I do a meeting? And you had over 1,000 people 2 days later, correct?
Yeah,
I remember that one.
Yeah, that was an amazing training. I was very new in the business because I started in February 2011. So in 2 weeks, I will have 10 years in this industry. I started in February 2011. In May, my father passed away, so I have a big challenge. And in June, I meet you in that training in Pasadena, California. It was like 2,000 people, I think so. So that day, you were talking to everybody and you say, I don't know anybody who make 3 presentations per day for the next for 12 months and don't hit diamond. And I remember that many people start doing presentations, but just because you tell to do presentations, but they don't need the presentation with the mindset to enroll people. You know, it's not the same to present, just to present, that to present that you are present. When you present, that you know you are presenting the best opportunity in the world. So when you know for a fact in your mind that you are sharing the best opportunity, the people can feel that. And sometimes I see people that only do the activity because they have to do it, but not because they want to do it. So what I always say is, even when things are down, I know for a fact that I am in the best company. I know for a fact what we are building. So that's what I always share with the people. I was sharing yesterday, we have a presentation here in Puerto Rico, 23 guests, already 10 in the system right now. In just in one meeting, because we share not where are we going. So that's my recommendation. Not only work for work awesome. with the correct mindset. That's what I can say.
I love that, Cesar. I'll give a title on that. I can do a long talk on that. I call it purpose versus path. Some people focus on the path, which means they'll take the steps to get there, but they will have no purpose. If you focus more on the purpose, then the path can all connect the dots. So appreciate that, Cesar. Great comments there. Let's go to Gary here and see if Gary can add some insight to that as well.
Hey, HB. How y'all doing, everybody? So I have a comment on that, and then I have a quick question for Lisa. My comment on that is I just got to a point where I stopped attaching my motivation to my results, and I'm more fueled by the resistance, you know, and anytime there's some kind of resistance, mentally I'm thinking just to push through. So the effort that I put in when somebody fuels me by the nose, it was really kind of motivated me. And I'm not saying everybody will work that way, but, you know, when I'm coming from a background where people are always trying to tear you down at some point, challenge you if they're better than you, that's just the environment I'm kind of coming from growing up in the hood. So now when it comes to people telling me no, it's more fuel. It's more a chip on my shoulder to say, I want to prove this person wrong. So I'm fueled and motivated in that, trying to prove people, I don't say prove people right, but prove myself right, So usually sometimes comfort, like when a person gets the results, then they lose motivation because they get so comfortable with those results. Now they're not as motivated. So it's not just always the results that motivate people to go harder. Sometimes they can find fuel in those disappointments as well. And my question was to Lisa. She mentioned something about your list not just being your contacts. And I kind of wanted her to dive in a little deeper to hear her perspective on that, if she can.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Well, first off, my list is forever growing. So we start with a list of people that presumably would know who we were if we talked to them, correct? And then I'm always looking to add people to my list, not with an agenda that they're going to do my business or they're not going to do my business, but at what point in your life do you want to stop meeting extraordinary people who may be able to help you in ways you never know, whose life you can bring value to? You know, write that question out. At what point do you think that you have enough awesome people in your life? Because I will tell you, if I had to put my success down to one thing, I would say that I have an overabundance of awesome people in my life at any given time if I need help. And I always did my best to serve them without agenda. So now today I know that if I did need help, they'll pick up the phone. If you have, because the greatest asset you have, no matter how much social media we get, no matter how much advertising you can afford, at the end of the day is your relationships. So how many good relationships is too many? Does that help, Gary?
Yes, perfect.
And the other thing I wanted to tell you is, I liked what you said, write this down, people, it's a secret. Marry the process, divorce the result. We're in the choice business, and the choice is theirs, not ours. So no never means anything about you. And as a matter of fact, don't worry about people saying no. Make sure they know what they're saying no to, because we want everybody to make an informed decision for themselves so they never have to regret that they said no to something because they didn't understand it that might have made a difference in their life. I'm done.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. I think this is it's putting me in the mind of being at some big event and having what I would consider to be our Q&A sessions that we would have when we bring leaders on stage, and we only have maybe a few minutes to do it, and no questions are really able to be asked by the audience. And with this awesome platform, we're able to do it. I'll chime in on that last one here, and then I'll go to another question. The last, I'll give you my feedback really quick. When you find yourself in a slump, as I do, I find myself in a slump probably somewhere in the neighborhood of twice a year. It could be as much as 4 times a year, depending on what it is. But I'll find myself in a slump, and I focus on getting base hits. I don't swing for the fences. I don't look to do home runs. I don't try to go from zero to a hero because I'm in a slump, which means that the best of my thought processes are not firing together. And so what I do is I just, and a base hit for me is meeting a new person, not sponsoring a new person at the highest level, not going diamond, not taking a new person diamond or sapphire, meeting a new person. And then I'll say, okay, well, let me get 5 base hits. That means I'm meeting 5 new people. And then I elevate my base hits. It goes from 5 new people to making phone calls and getting who's going to say yes to a presentation or to an invite. That becomes a base hit. You see, I'm not focused on the result, as Lisa said, about how much money am I going to make, or is that person in my business? It's in the process. And so now I start to add up all of those base hits. And the next base hit could be, I present it to them. Who can I sell a product to? Who can I make a customer? Not who can I close at $1,000 package or $500 package. Who can I get to say yes to the product or the service that I'm offering? And once I do that, what you want to do is you go from being in a slump to you want to create what's called a rhythm. A rhythm. And a rhythm is having a lot of base hits, okay, in different areas. But you'll start to elevate those base hits, and then you'll move from having a rhythm. And once you start having a rhythm, you will have what's called movement. You'll have movement. So rhythm is a bunch of base hits. Movement is, because you're having so many base hits, people have to come and score, which means that results are going to start coming anyway. Once you go from rhythm, you have movement, and then you go from movement. And when you have rhythm in your movement, which means that you've got quite a few people getting base hits, the next phase for you personally is called personal momentum. And personal momentum will always precede group momentum, which means that you got to start at the base hit level, then get rhythm, then get movement, then personal momentum. And if you systematize that entire process with enough structure, enough legs of business, and working it in depth, is when you will end up having group momentum. But most people try to go from them by themselves in a slump to group momentum, and that's taking a quantum leap from a result standpoint, and it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. You got to marry the process. So awesome comments there. Let me go to another question here. And I've got Shauna Lee Clayton. Shauna Lee Clayton, come on. You've got an opportunity to ask a question to whoever you want and whatever question you want. And by the way, guys, I want to let you know, I don't want anyone to feel shy about not asking a question. This, whether you're involved in our company or not, it doesn't matter. We're here as ambassadors for the entire industry. There's quite a few people here who are from other opportunities. No one is here to promote their opportunities. We're here just to give some solutions to those of us who are like-minded in this industry called network marketing. So, Shauna Lee, you are now up and running. There you go. Shauna, do we have you? All right. Shauna going once.
Oh,
Shauna,
there she is. She's on.
Thank you. Thank you.
There you go. Awesome.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, so my thing is this. I started 7 months ago. I've seen, and I'm very much in line with the vision. Now, I get people in. I have a list. But what I find is my circle, it's very demotivating. So I try my best to stay connected. So I just want to know if it is that, and I think you just answered the question really, because I'm really just plugging in and see who will I get to say yes. So far I have 100 and something customers because they're saying yes here and there. So I normally feel like because no one is joining the business, then I feel like, less of a person somewhat. But you said it earlier, so I'm guessing it's normal to feel how I feel sometimes. So that's really just it, though. But yeah.
But do you have a specific question that you'd like to ask? It is normal to feel the way that you feel, but is there a specific question that you want to ask, or you want to direct it to anyone?
Anyone I can answer it, but really, how is it that you stay motivated to build and to share when you get the shoot down of no, back and forth? Oh, this will not work, that will not work. People talking negative, like Ibüümerang is fake and all that, which I know, but it's just how do you push through all the negativity that you hear?
Got it. Anybody want to take that question?
Can I jump in here just because Shauna has 100 customers? I don't think she realizes how powerful that is.
Absolutely, Lisa. Go ahead.
First off, Shauna, you have 100 customers. That's 100 people that have actually experienced your product. That's better than 100 people that haven't, because they've so far, assuming they like it, not all 100 have to. But within that 100 people, you have people that have had a good experience with your product, which means they're having a good experience with Ibüümerang so far. And what often happens in this business is we don't understand there's several modalities. You see, there's presentation, and they're so important. And a presentation's a monologue. That's what we're kind of doing, what we're doing now, mostly presenting. But there's also conversations, which are a dialogue, and they are the lifeblood of your business. So of your 100 customers, you need to have conversations with them, find out who they are, what they want. If they like the product, they probably know other people that might like to try the product. Do they understand that if they just share that product with other people, that they maybe could make a couple $100s a month. The one thing I want to say to everybody, and I'm probably going on too far, but this is so important.
Nope, keep going, Lisa.
We put people on the stage that are making millions of dollars to validate what is possible in this industry. But the magic of this industry is the mom who couldn't afford ballet lessons for her daughter. And because somebody cared enough about her to go past their own level of discomfort to ask her, what if I could show you a way to make an extra $300 a month so you can go ahead and you can get those ballet lessons? You know, I don't know if any of you are familiar with Jessie Lee Ward, but she is a force of nature who started this industry to make an extra $300 a month. And look at her today. Sometimes you have to help people meet an immediate need with something that they tangibly can get without having to reinvent their life, go to 700 trainings to believe that more is possible and take them to the next level. So I would start with your 100 customers because they already feel good. They've already had a good experience with something related to their to your company. And if you are interested in them, they're going to be interested in what you have to say that can help them.
Awesome. Thank you, Lisa. Appreciate that.
Powerful. Anybody
That
else
was
who,
so
have
good.
anything to chime in on that?
I'd like to add something really quick. You know, also just allow people to impress you. Live alertly. And I know not as many people are getting out right now, but if you just pay attention and live alertly, and there's going to be people who will impress you every day, everywhere you go, if you pay attention.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Guys, I love Clubhouse, you know, for these little small nuggets that you'll get from so many different people chiming in, because just imagine if we were at a stage and we were maybe in Las Vegas on stage, there's no way in the world Lisa would be able to just pop in if she was sitting at home and jump on that stage and offer this type of value. And so we have this opportunity to have people all over the world, and from time to time there'll be people that just pop in and chime in that we actually give an invitation to because of the value that we already know that they want to bring. So this is great here. I'll go on to another question here. I've got I think it's Andrea Robertson. Andrea Robertson, you are live.
Let me actually thank you for holding this platform. I'm definitely taking some.
Andrea, I think we're losing you. There you go. I think we're losing you a little bit. I don't know if it's me, but I want to make sure everyone is able to hear you clearly.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes, I can hear you now.
Okay, great. I'll make this short since my internet is not the best. The question I do have is for Cesar Munoz. I wanted to know about the big event that he's having in Dallas and where it's being held, or where I can find that information.
Awesome.
Hello. I will send it to Mark. I don't have the address right now, but I send it to Mark to put it in social media.
Do you have the specific date set up yet, Cesar?
Yeah, it would be tomorrow.
Okay, it is tomorrow. Okay, tomorrow you'll be in Dallas. Okay.
Yeah, I right now in Puerto Rico, so I'm flying tomorrow to Dallas.
Awesome.
Let me check here, and I send it in this moment to Mark. Okay.
Awesome.
Okay, Mr. Buggs. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Andrea. I want to go now to another Andrea Nieto Castillo. Oh. Andrea, you are now live.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Wow, what a pleasure to be here, Mr. Buggs. Goodness. You said Andrea last time. I was like, yes, it's me. And now it's really me. I guess I projected that. So this question is for just all of you. I feel like all of you have gotten amazing results, and everything is just really it's really so impressive, everything that's been done, especially with, most of you have really impressive stories coming from nothing to where you are today. So with that being said, I was listening to this whole, call, which is, geez, I guess everybody can agree with me. But The part where I seem to get stuck sometimes, and I don't know if anybody has felt the same way, is reaching out to very high caliber people when you don't maybe have the results that you've been looking for. And you know you've been putting in the work, you know that you've been doing it, you know, been building the mindset, and you know the law of attraction is there, and you never stop, and that's never been a question. So as far as reaching out to high level people, high executives, maybe when they don't see you having the results, and you know you portray a certain image, and you do that from the conviction that you have for the business, but when it comes to maybe they ask you, hey, what have your results been, and you know that there's great people that have done great things, but when they ask you personally and maybe you don't have the results that you're looking for, how do you kind of not attack, but how do you go about that? Not just that feeling, but how do you go about, you know, still getting that result and getting them that vision across when you don't necessarily have the results that you're looking for just yet?
Gotcha. I'll start off with this one here. I love that question. First of all, the question is going to come, or the answer is going to come in several different phases. Number one is know and understand how to properly package your story. Okay. And personal growth is one of the main reasons why somebody who's of high caliber is going to be attracted to you. Typically, when they ask you about your results, is because they don't see, they look at you normally based off of your own self-identity. And so regardless of whether your results are huge or not, whatever you project to them in terms of the type of person you are and the potential you have is what they see. And so when they ask about your results, it's normally because they don't see the type of results that they will want through a person like you at that moment. Doesn't mean that their perception of you should be your reality, but that's typical. Specifically, let's say a person is working as an office clerk, and this person here is a high-level executive. Well, they know the type of lifestyle that they have, and they may look at you as a person, I don't think that they're going to have the results that I'm looking for. So the personal development, how you see yourself and package your story is one. The second way of packaging your story is learn how to speak in terms of percentages. It's not always a dollar amount. You have to remember, very wealthy people don't talk about net worth or talk about earnings per day, earnings per week, earnings per hour, or earnings per month. That is mostly network marketing jargon. When you talk to sophisticated people or business people, they talk about percentages. They talk in a different language. They have a completely different vocabulary. And so you've got to model their vocabulary. Let me give you an example. If I was someone just getting started and I now have, two people in my business and a person, and I'm talking to some high-level executive, and they say, well, hey, tell me about your results. Well, listen, I've been doing this now for about 2 weeks. My results have actually grown by 200% in the last week. I'm expecting 1,000% growth, and I'll be able to sustain about a 20% growth per month. They don't know what those numbers mean. Starting from 1 to 200 is from 0 to 2 people. Is 200% growth. But I don't have to tell them I just sponsored 2 people and I made a $100 fast start bonus. I let them know, hey, I grew 200%. I'm speaking their language that they have. At least they're going to know you can participate in the conversation with them. Okay. And so when you start to learn those things, it becomes much easier. The third thing I will tell you is this: don't make you the issue. This is probably the one I would use first. Don't make you the issue. If I'm speaking up, prospecting up, which is a very good thing, Andrea, is I would make it about someone else. I would make it about somebody who's already in my upline, somebody who's on the team who's got results. So my conversation could possibly go like, hey, I am working with a couple of partners. They're used to having 7-figure earnings per year. I just included myself with working with the type of people that he or she may be used to. So now that prospect is no longer going to look to me for the answers. And I'm going to do a great job of edifying three things. Whatever the unique selling proposition of the product is, the person, which means the upline, my expert, or whoever it may be, and a system by which they're going to get those results. But I'll never talk about me. Because if I talk about me, I now have to speak in terms of numbers or experiences that I haven't had yet. I may have great intentions, but I haven't had the experience yet. And so I will edify the third party person and associate myself with people who've done what's most like what they most likely want to achieve. And so it's just called borrowed credibility. Remember, you're in a business called network marketing. As Lisa just mentioned, the biggest success that she has is because she's got a well so deep of incredible people that there's no problem that could actually face her in which she doesn't have a solution. And that needs to be the exact same thing that you do. That's what many of the diamonds have done on this particular call here. And so align yourself, know the stories of every single diamond that's in this company here. Align with your upline, let them know, I'm going to be talking to this executive or that executive. Will you be available for a call should I need to connect you? And so learn how to share their story and associate yourself with them so that you don't become the big deal. And then when you learn how to do that, you'll find that the people won't focus on you. They'll be more appreciative of you for at least inviting them into an atmosphere in which they're very comfortable.
Holton, can I give Andrea kind of an opening line that might help her? Because it did wonders for me.
Absolutely.
So, Andrea, let's say you were that person and I called you. So we know each other. I'm not calling you cold, but you're a big executive and I'm not. I'm just starting out. And I would say, Andrea, this is Lisa. I know you're really busy. I'll just keep you for a few minutes. But I've gotten started in a new business. I'm being mentored by this incredible 7-figure earner, Holton Buggs. And when I asked him, not knowing what I'm doing, what I should do, he told me to make a list of the 10 most influential, brilliant people that I know, people that I was almost for sure would never look at this business. They're so successful, and see if maybe they'd entertain a conversation with him after I showed them a few things. And of course, when I was asked for the 10 smartest, sharpest people that I knew, you're right there at the top of my list.
It works every single time because successful people love to be edified, and it's very seldom that they're going to go and shut you down when you just told them in so many words that they're one of the most brilliant people you've ever met.
Worked for me a lot of times. And then all I was get them on the phone with someone like you, so there was no pressure. I was just setting up a call that I got the privilege of connecting between two brilliant people.
Yep.
Wow, thank you guys so much. Really speechless. That helped incredibly, and I really appreciate everyone's time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Let's go to Christina. Christina Bulatayo. I think I said that right. Christina, you are now live.
Okay, Mr. Buggs?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for this platform. And I'm just thankful for all the diamond leaders for paving the way as well, and listening to Miss Lisa. You're amazing. One of my questions, because when I first got started in June of 2019, I wasn't an ambassador yet. I was actually a guest in the Go Diamond training in San Jose. And you know what? I saw the vision and I heard the vision, and it just fired me up. So one thing I wanted to know is, how can I paint a picture or a vision to someone who I'm prospecting to kind of let them see that this company is going to be a $50 billion company?
All right, let's go to our moderators and see who wants to take that.
Well, while they're waiting, I want to tell you that you have an incredible story that I hope you're capitalizing on. Because you just told me that without being in a business, you went to a training for people in a business, when so many people that are already in the business won't go to that training. So you are a person who is willing to investigate to find out what something is. And that's the story that I would tell somebody. I would say, this may not be for you, but you strike me as a very sharp person, and sharp people know what they're saying no to. I'm here because I didn't think I'd do it, but I went and looked at it, looked at what the people were doing, and I jumped right in. You probably won't, but are you sure if you don't check it out?
I agree with that. You're right. You're right on that, and I'll give you one other one as well. My audio went out a little bit, but I think I heard most of your question. And I will tell you this here: don't put so much pressure on yourself to paint a picture of how big it is. It doesn't have to be $1 billion company or even $1 billion future for people to take care of themselves. If you heard Lisa talk about it, the majority of the people who really make the biggest impact in this business are people who are looking for a small victory. The person who wants to pay for their daughter's piano lessons or whatever it may be. My previous company, I've only been in $1 billion company in terms of a company who's done $1 billion a year. That's the company that I made $500 in 3 separate months. But my other company, my previous company, where I was a distributor, obviously we made incredible amounts of income, and we never even got to $500 million a year in revenue. And so make sure that you associate the size of the opportunity. Make sure it's in proportion to what their expectations are, because it doesn't have to be $1 billion business for them to make $1,000 a month. It's just got to be something that you find compelling, the value that you see, and be able to relate that value to what their goals are. You got to speak their language. Now, $1 billion opportunity may impact you. It may be what you needed. But remember this, I always teach the different rules. We grew up with what I call the golden rule. Your parents taught you that. Treat people the way you want to be treated. And so that gives you the tendency that if I'm looking for $1 billion company, everybody else is. Well, I have the platinum rule. The platinum rule is treat people the way they want to be treated. And they may be intimidated by $1 billion opportunity. And so make sure that you take your time to understand these small little nuances here. And as you approach people and present your opportunity in business, learning these little small things, these nuggets that you've gotten on this call today, I guarantee everybody on this call, if you put this in action starting today, don't write all of these notes and say, wow, one day I'll be able to use this stuff. Put yourself in the atmosphere, like Sam Bean said. Put yourself in an environment where you're forced to use what you've learned today. That's how I grew. And I promise you'll start to see your results amplified. Somebody else was about to chime in. Who was that? Was that you, Tommy? Or who was that? Who else was that?
It was. I just was commenting on Lisa, what she said. I really think it's brilliant that she recommended that she used her story, because you went and did the diligence on your dime. You took your time and kicked the tires and asked the questions. So, essentially they don't have to. And not many people do that. So I totally agree that that's a strong invite, a big part of your, is sharing that part of the story.
Awesome stuff.
HB, can I say one thing on that as well?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
And one of the biggest things that I learned from you in the past, and it was basically getting a person to an event. Our Millionaire Mind, when you had the Millionaire Mentorship call, there was always a high level of information. So people who have been exposed to the business, they can jump on and see what's being taught, as like when you just pop the hood, they can see $1 million nuggets being dropped on a regular basis by people who have made millions of dollars. And it totally takes the focus off of the people who are doing the inviting. We have so many different platforms, not just our company, but a lot of companies that people can use that have nothing to do with, them doing a presentation, an actual presentation. That's just one of the biggest things, whether it be an event in person, whether it be a regional event, or an event where they can bump into, rub elbows with, ask questions with, or even just listen to people who've actually done some amazing things. That normally, does a better job than the actual presentation. So that's what I wanted to share. But also, Lisa, love you, and it's good hearing from you.
I love you. Hey, Chuck Holton, when I originally raised my hand, it was actually to ask a question. May I ask it?
Of course, absolutely.
And by the way, I am so honored, thrilled, and privileged to be able to grace your stage and help in any way I can. But I ask this question whenever I get around brilliant people that I admire, so y'all might want to take a note. And I have for 20 years, and I think it's been the door to opening a lot of great relationships with great mentors, but also with helping me to grow my thinking. I would like to know from, whoever's willing to answer it, Johnny, Holton, Terrence, Sam. I don't know all of the top leaders in your company, but I know that everybody who's here is. What is the best book that you ever read when you think about your business success that you would recommend if you could only recommend one book? And what are you currently reading? Because I want to grow my reading list.
Anybody want to take it? I mean, we all can answer it. It's a quick one. Go ahead.
For me, real quick, it was the 360-Degree Leader by John C. Maxwell, because one thing I do know is being in business with HB and Edwin Haynes is that you're not going to be able to get in touch with them all the time, if at all. So you're going to have to be able to lead across, below, and above. So, right now, I'm just going back and rereading my journal because so many people write in the journal, and the last time they actually open it up was to write it. They never read it. So that's what I'm reading right now, Lisa.
I just wrote that down because that's the second time I've been recommended that book by Maxwell. I'm a Maxwell fan and had never heard of it. So thank you. Anybody else? I'm taking notes.
I'll give you mine real quick, Lisa. The most impactful book that I've ever read, there's two, okay? One called Permission to Succeed, and the other one that's called From the Hood to Doing Good. One is by Edwin Haynes and one is by Johnny Wimbrey. But no, those are some great books. But my most, if I had to give my book that has been my Bible for my floor plan of success, it's been The Master Key to Riches by Napoleon Hill. And more importantly, it's the chapter on a definiteness of purpose. I've read the chapter. I'm one, and I tell people this all the time. All of us learn differently. And I am not a real big book reader. I don't finish a lot of books. What I do finish and I study the chapters that are going to make so much of an impact on me. Why? My philosophy is reading a book for me is like going to the grocery store. I get lost a lot. And I don't come out with everything that's in the grocery store. I come out with what I need. And so when I get to a book, when I find something that's impactful to me, I don't try to implement everything that I learn because I can't anyway. It's too much information. Most great authors have forgotten more stuff than we can ever learn from them. So I take one thing that I try to get from a book and I try to perfect it or try to master it. And Definiteness of Purpose was mine. What I'm reading right now, because of where I am in my life, my book reading has been different. I just finished a good book that my son bought for me. I finished it on the plane the other day. It's called The Way of the Superior Man. And that's more about relationships. I got a new book that I'm reading also called The New Jim Crow. I got a book that I'm reading right now for personal development that's called The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle.
I really want to thank you. I'm going to get second time Master Key to Riches mentioned me. But the only book that I have read on this whole thing is Permission to Succeed and The Power of Now, and I'm going to order all the others. So thank you so much. And if Holton says that the Definiteness of Purpose chapter in Master Key to Riches is the most impactful thing I've ever read, and you're not ordering the book, that
Hey Lisa, this is T Gray jumping in real quick, and I just want to echo that. Being mentored by Holton, he recommended that book, The Master Key to Riches, specifically the chapter on definiteness of purpose, almost 2 decades ago for me. And I've read that, I don't know how many times, and it was incredibly impactful. Also, the 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, when I was building, was absolutely life-changing and game-changing for me. That's John C. Maxwell. I'm a situational reader, so I read things that are going to help me with where I'm at right now. So I'm actually rereading and starting a book group with my team at corporate on of this book, Execution, The Discipline of Getting Things Done, by Larry Bossidy, who was the former CEO of Honeywell. It was, for me, that's one of the best books on the corporate side that's helped me a lot as well.
Lisa, this is Tommy. I like Bringing Out the Best in People by Alan Loy McGinnis. When it's out of print, but you can get it on Amazon. When I got into the business, I couldn't understand why people would say, I'm not interested. I said, well, you don't even know what you're not interested in. I'm not interested anyway. And they complain about their job, their financial situation, their bosses, and so forth, but never hurt bad enough to do anything about it. I just didn't understand human nature, human behavior. That book would have saved me, a good year or two of trying to learn things. I would have had a little bit earlier. And then my favorite chapter is Maxwell in Leadership Gold. The chapter is don't send your ducks to Eagle School, and because I believe that you build builders, you find builders. You don't build them. So if you really understand, people and so forth, that chapter I think is maybe one of the most important chapters in any book as it relates to our business model.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. But
hey, Lisa, this is Johnny. First off, I want to send you my new book, Building a Millionaire Mindset. Super excited about it. It's #1 bestseller right now. But one of the books that have really been, I know you've read this book, but I want to tell everybody about this book if you haven't read it. Who Moved My Cheese? Like back in the days. Do you know this one?
It is. It's not, how long it's been since I read that book, and yet it changed my life.
I'm telling you, Who Moved My Cheese is one of those books that I can go back. If I ever want to kick my own ass, I go back and read Who Moved My Cheese.
Oh, Johnny, thank you. And I have your first book. I didn't know there was a new one. I will take an autographed copy, but I'm going to buy it today on Amazon.
All right, well, I will personally call you and take care of you.
Because your words are worth 5 times whatever they're charging for them, I promise you.
Well, you know what? I remember Johnny being so excited about that book. This was years ago. I actually have it in my office library, and I've never finished reading it. I don't even think that I got through the preface of the book because I was so distracted, or not distracted, but so focused on some other things. But he rant and raved about that book. This was years ago. I don't know how many years ago you told me about it, but I did buy it. Yeah, over 20 years ago. Yeah, and it's super simple. It is the easiest read. As a matter of fact, there's a video, like an 11-minute version video they made of it. I watch that at least 2 or 3 times a year. But the book for me, for the simplicity of it and the breakthrough, I mean, it eliminates all reasons for you to get on your pity patty or you to recruit yourself to believe things that never existed. Well, Johnny, I can appreciate that because I need simple books to read. Does it have a lot of big pictures in it?
Yeah, it has a big picture. You're really gonna like cheese when you're done.
All right, now I have one for you that does. And every person who starts in business with network marketing, every kid when they graduate from college, and it's Oh, the Places You'll Go by Dr. Seuss. And it is one of the most incredible books on planet Earth for people to understand that there's a whole world out there and they need to get about the business of getting into it.
Lisa, you're not going to believe me, but that is actually a book that was gifted to me a long time ago by a good friend of mine, very successful business guy. And I've read that several times. Oh, the Places You'll Go. That's so funny.
He's one of my favorite philosophers, Dr. Seuss. Thank you, everybody. I mean, I just never miss an opportunity to ask brilliant people what is inspiring their brilliance.
Absolutely. You know, Lisa, you know what I've realized, Lisa, now? And some of you who've probably been on the Clubhouse have probably already realized it. You start to realize how these clubhouses, these clubhouse events, some of them I've heard have gone on for 24 hours, and I can see because it's always new people jumping in, even on the moderator side and the listener side. They just keep going, and they become so compelling that you don't even focus on the time because so many different nuggets. Now, we won't be eternal on this one here. We're going to be shutting it down shortly. I want to get through a couple more questions, but has that been your experience as well, Lisa? That
it really is. And I think that one of the things that people have to understand about Clubhouse. Do not allow it to become another thing where you keep score or compare or worry about how many followers or any of that. It is an amazing opportunity for all of you to practice your presentation skills and your communication skills. You can start a room and get 5 people in the room and everybody talking or sharing their stories and work with each other in ways that you can't do on any other platform. So, but don't get lost in it. Get good stuff, and when the call is over, go use the good stuff. Pick something that you heard that you love and go out and use it to change your life by changing someone else's. So that's the only cautionary thing, because a lot of people are calling it crack house because they get on and they can't get off.
I see it. So Mark, here's what I want you to do if you can. If you can disable the hand raising feature now, and as long as it keeps the current people in, I'm going to take the last questions that we have here, and what we're going to do is we're going to go rapid fire, and we'll have whoever wants to jump in, we'll have no more than 2 to jump in and answer some of these questions. So we're going to go ahead and start with Michelle Davis. Michelle Davis, you are now live.
Hello, everyone. First off, thank you everyone for your time here. And yeah, it's become crack house for me. And I think it's because I don't want to miss out on what everyone is saying. It's like the nuggets are so gold that you just don't want to miss out. But my question is, I'm a network marketer. I had success fairly quickly, less than 10 weeks, hit the first executive level. And I'm struggling now, and I hate the word struggling, but I am struggling with my mind. And I'd love to hear from Lisa and anyone else. But my problem is I don't want to leave those who started with me behind. I know what they're capable of. And I'm learning just by listening this afternoon. I think I'm using that as an excuse to stop myself from building further.
Michelle, everybody goes through this and it never stops. We always want people to realize the potential that we see in them. But I will tell you, falling in love with potential will take you out of the game, because your job is you have to put your efforts where they're deserved, not where they're needed. And none of us ever want to leave people behind, but you're not leaving people behind. This is network marketing. This isn't that if you don't work hard today, the opportunity will never come again. People can always raise their hand and get back into the starting lineup. That's their choice. So you're not leaving them behind. They're just choosing not to move right now. But at any given moment in time, they can. And when they do, you'll be there to support them. So take that guilt off. And remember, there's a fine line between enabling people and empowering people. And it's a really easy line to cross. But think of it as a mother with children. Am I helping them by doing it for them? Am I helping them by sending them this lesson that the world's going to wait for them, that I'm going to wait for them? We're not. So the best way that you can lead people to their greatness is by inspiring them by going to pursue yours with those that are ready to run with you.
Oh,
run
God, that was
good. Ready
good.
to run with you now. Let everybody else know that when they're ready to run, they can run too. That's my advice.
Absolutely. Absolutely. One of the things I'll tell you is this here is the biggest motivating factor for the people that you don't want to leave behind right now is not your story. They don't care how high you go. They're not going to be motivated if you go out right now and get a $5 million monthly check. But I can tell you this, bring somebody into the business new that just started, get that person a $5,000 monthly check. They'll be more motivated by what I call their competition. And I'm talking friendly competition because now that person is getting the attention, getting your attention, getting the company accolades. And you got to remember, you got to know who your people are. And many of them are motivated by being first. And by you staying back with them, what you're doing is you're not allowing them to get in the space of competition because they felt like, oh, I've already gotten up there where with Michelle and I'm her favorite, or I'm first, or I'm second, I'm the third biggest leg, and they feel that their position is cemented. Create what I call internal, indirect pressure through competition of new lines that you're going to be bringing on. And trust me, it'll fire your group up and they'll get to work. They're not going to work because of you, but they'll work because of their competition.
Perfect. Thank you both so much.
Absolutely. Nehemiah Pilar, you are live.
Guys, hope you're well. Thank you for this call. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. I'm just going to get my question up. So my question is to you, HB, is what do you think is different from the new networkers compared to when you started in the industry?
When I started in the industry, in terms of the old school network marketers versus new network marketers, I think some of the old school network marketers, we didn't have all of the tools that we have today. And what that did is it made me so well-rounded because I had to learn how to do it all. I had to learn every aspect of the business. We didn't have social media. And so we had to build it belly to belly. And what it did is it made me a great conversationalist. And it's not necessarily about network marketing. It's our society today. When you look at kids today, my son, who's 23 years old, I remember when he was 16 and he had a girlfriend, and I would talk to him about the conversations that he's having with his girlfriend. He's like, what are you talking about conversations? I'm like, don't y'all talk? He says, no, we text. I said, you don't pick up the phone and call her? No, Dad. And he looked at me like it was foreign, like it was breaking the law to have a conversation with her. And that had nothing to do with network marketing. And what happened is it created these separate little silos where people's people skills today are not as developed as they were before. People are more socially awkward today as we were before because we taught 3-foot rule. And the 3-foot rule that we taught was you go out prospecting. Anybody who gets within 3 feet of you, you prospect them. You tell that to a group of people today, and they look at you like, what are you talking about? You know, I'm going to use my social media. I'm going to do this, and there's nothing wrong with that. But I think what Clubhouse has actually done, and this is not really trying to sell the Clubhouse, Clubhouse has taken social media and allowing us to talk to each other again, have conversations, even on your Zooms. And when you think about it, when we're presenting on Zooms during trainings, it's mostly one to the field. Here we're having a conversation. And why I like it, feels like old time before. The other thing was the expectation of getting rich your first month. You just didn't have that concept. You knew that there was a process, and we focus a lot more on process. And today there's so many deals or concepts that are out there that has spoiled the true essence of network marketing, and it gives a false sense of hope to people coming into the business thinking that everybody deserves a story of I joined today and I retire next week or next month or next year. And that just wasn't the case. And so I think all of them are still capable. I think there's some incredible people in this industry who come from what I call the new age of network marketers. But I do feel, and this is just me, I do feel that I'm so glad that I took the long route and that I didn't have the shortcut because it developed me as a business person.
I don't want to dominate, but being 33 years, I want to second everything that you said because here's the difference. Don't confuse a tool with the process because the tools can help accelerate the process. They can help you communicate more efficiently and more effectively. Gosh, we're on Clubhouse for free, and Holton and I used to spend $1,000 a month for an hour-a-week conference call that sounded like Outer Mongolia. But here's the thing. I know with certainty for many of the people on this call that if you took Holton or me and dropped me in Boise, Idaho with an ugly brochure and a product that I loved, I would have a group in a week. And I'm not sure today that people understand that. So use social media and things like that to double down on your strengths and increase your reach, but don't think that they can cover up for the weakness. The other thing that I would add is network marketing. Great companies of all kind, great organizations of all kind, live and die with the culture that they develop. And today, sometimes they're long on momentum rise financial stories, and they're short on culture. And those companies and those organizations 2-3 years down the road won't be here. And this pandemic is an excellent example of that. Look at the companies and the organizations that are thriving. Their connection and their culture went deeper than social media posts.
Yep. Hey, HB, Edwin Haynes here. Go ahead, bro. All right, man. Listen, I've been trying to figure out how to get this mute button off. I missed Lisa asking about books and everything.
Listen, don't sweat it. I had the same issue jumping onto the call for the first 2 minutes. So,
oh my goodness. But anyway, I say this too, in regards to what you all are saying here. I always say that the person I am today is because of the process I went through in network marketing. And that translated not only for network marketing, but in business period. As I now have been able to develop and experience of the companies outside that I've been able to start and have success in. It was all because many of the successes that I am having and looking to have in the future, it translated into outside success here as well. So a lot of times people get these quick, don't want to knock what's out there, but these quick things where they confuse earning a certain amount of money with full success. The amount of money that you earn don't necessarily mean that you're fully successful. It may mean that you hit a lick at the right time. And so I had to be careful with not trying to always how we used to say it, well, just kind of like skip the process. I'll leave it there. I think most of us, we all want to get rich or have success quicker, and there's nothing wrong with that. But make sure that you become and get something of substance in your life, something that can grow you. I can tell you this one thing that I can say, and I can speak from my experience here as well, is that the person that I was 20 years ago, I'm not that person. I'm better than that. The person that I was a year ago, I'm not that person. I'm better than that person. The person that I was a day ago, I'm not that person. I'm better than that person because I continue to grow. And those are the disciplines that I learned as becoming, going through that process. One of the things I'll say at the end with this, and I take this one from you. I'm not competing with anybody else or anything else. I'm competing with the person that I see myself as in the next 5 or 10 years. And so I'm looking to continue to grow, and network marketing has been a big part of that. So you hear this term, and it's now becoming like a cliche, if you will, but I have fallen in love with the process. And I would strongly recommend that a person who really wants to grow and grow 360 degree person in terms of growth, and fall in love with that process and don't shortcut the shortcut. Because what we do is the shortcut in life from my experience. So I want to just kind of share that as well.
But before I go to the next one, I'll throw one last one in there. Is this here? As when you ask that question, I want you to think of friends that you would have who are in the new generation of network marketing, and I want you to relate it to this here. Okay. I want you to relate it to having all of your friends who own a car. How many of them, if they were driving from Tampa to Miami on a road called Alligator Alley, and they ended up having a flat tire, and they called you up and they said, listen, I've got a flat tire. And you said, okay, no problem. Your spare's in the trunk. You need to go ahead and get your jack and your lug wrench. How many of them would even know what a jack, a lug wrench is, and that there is even a spare tire? Most of them have gotten so adapted or so used to the quick technology that somebody's going to fix my problem, that they are not even aware how to make or fix their own problems. And so what I would say is that today's network marketers are great at excelling when things are great. many of them have no clue at how to excel when technology is removed or technology isn't present, or they have to go back to the basics. And so that's what the old school networking did for me. It allowed me to know how to change my own tire instead of having to wait on AAA. So I'll go to the next question here. I've got Lady Bell. Lady Bell, you are live. Next up, Shirley Xavier.
Buggs, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
I just want to say I'm really thankful to be able to speak directly to so many successful people, and to you and Mr. Hayes and other moderators. I really enjoy your input. I've been in your company for quite some time. I'm one of those jack of all trades, master of none. I've been told to do several streams of income, and through the years I've been doing that. I've been able to retire this past June. My question is relating to relationships and marriage. I've been married for 22 years. I've been in this industry for about 12 years. I've made a little bit of income here and there, but my spouse is totally against and has always been against. Even when I got checks, he was against it. And, I'm not saying that he's the reason why I'm not successful. I've been doing a lot of personal development through the years, and that's what keeps me strong and keep my focus on helping other people. But it's come to a point where he wants to make me choose, and it's really hard. And like I said, I love him. We've been married for 22 years. I don't know. I'm not looking for an exact answer, but I just want someone's thoughts. I'm just kind of one of those things where it says you have to do this or do that. And I really don't think it's fair for me to have to choose.
Good question, girl. Bring it.
Right. I understand. I definitely understand that one. And first of all, congratulations on your the success that you've had. Congratulations on your retirement. And this question, I want to applaud you on your being brave enough to even bring that to the clubhouse, because many people are suffering with the exact same thing. I was looking to see whether my wife was still on here. I was going to have her take a stab at it. But one of the things I will tell you, and I see people make a mistake, and the mistake that they make most often is trying to convince their spouse as to why the company or the business is so awesome. The more we try to convince, the more that they're going to hold on to their reasons for not wanting you to be involved in the business. There's not one legitimate reason that has true validity outside of that person's personal perspective as to why the spouse should not be in network marketing. And so what you've got to do is identify what is the real fear that your husband is holding. Does he fear he's losing the ability to be the hero because you may be talking about Edwin Haynes or Holton Buggs or Cesar Munoz or Johnny Wembry so often? Because this is a very, oftentimes this is a male-dominated industry from a recognition standpoint. The women do the majority of the work and contribution of volume. Men get a lot of the recognition. And sometimes when we are saying, oh, well, I heard Johnny say this, or Edwin said this, and sometimes they feel like they're losing their position. And I'm not saying that is the case. I'm just giving you my experiences of talking to people over the different years. But you've got to identify and find out what is it. And that is, don't sell them on what you're going to accomplish and why they should be supportive. But now it's time to turn the tables to them and to step on their side without stopping your business, but step on their side and really get to the root of it. And I think if you're able to get to the root of what their issue is, I think you can actually find a way to satisfy it and solve it. Because the principle of network marketing is a group of people working together for a common goal to provide freedom, financial independence, and a system of education for people all over the world. Who wouldn't want somebody to be a part of that? And so when a person doesn't want you, a spouse or relative or whoever doesn't want you to be a part of that, it's because they see something that's not there through either a previous experience, something that you may give off to them, and they're reading it differently or whatever it may be. But it's almost the same as saying, hey, I am in college, and my wife, she does not want me to graduate. She doesn't want me to get that college degree. And there's no reason why she shouldn't. And so I would spend the time finding out without it being combative. Why don't you want me in the business? No, find out and have real conversation and talk and just do some exploration as to what's important to him and what does he want. And so I think it will give you at least some insight as to some of the next steps that you'll need to take. Seems like somebody else is trying to chime in here.
Wow, great
Mr. Buggs, this is
answer.
Talita.
Hey, Talita.
Hey, if I could add into your phenomenal answer, I would also highly recommend Chit Chat with Erlene. It's recorded on our Facebook page. You can go back and see there's some of the chit chats that we spoke a lot about relationship and some of these points that she's concerned about. I would highly recommend her to look that up on our page.
Thank you. Thank you. I will.
Thanks so much for your courage, and I appreciate you.
And thank you again.
I have a book recommendation for that, by the way.
Sure, absolutely, Tommy.
If you don't mind. It's called Win as a Team, and you can get it for free. I think it's a quick read, maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes. But at daretodream.net, the author is Dr. Tom Barrett, and he's a shrink, but also an entrepreneur. He loves this industry, and he's an incredible speaker. But I met him in our previous company. He wasn't in the company. He just spoke and shared this book, and this book has helped so many people that I know that I've heard with that same exact issue that you're bringing up here. And really, your spouse, it's great when you're there, you're a cheerleader. But anyways, great resource. Win as a Team While You Dare to Dream by Dr. Tom Barrett.
Awesome. Thank you. Awesome. Great gems, guys. I really appreciate it.
Absolutely. All right, next we've got Shirley Xavier. Shirley, you are now live up on deck. We've got Vita Wood and then Joe Peach and then David Romero. And we'll have a couple other ones after that, and then we will be done. Shirley, you're live.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Mr. Buggs. Can you hear me loud and clear?
Sure can.
Okay, beautiful. Well, it's so amazing being part of Ibüümerang. You guys always take it up to a whole nother level. I'm just in awe of how much, we just really find ways, or you guys really find ways to help us to stretch. I feel like we're on a platform called the Great GOAT, the great giants of all time, and to be on this platform, speaking to you directly and speaking to, our guest, Miss Lisa Grossman, and all our fabulous diamonds and corporate staff. This is really amazing. My team, not everybody is an Apple user. So I actually, including myself, I actually went and got an Apple phone, and we are all live on Zoom right now, listening to this Clubhouse because I wasn't missing any moments. So this particular question is coming from one of my ambassadors, Mrs. Laura Johnson, and she wanted to know, as you begin to grow your group, how do you balance your personal activity and being available for them? So I wanted to direct that to you and Miss Lisa, if that's okay, and anybody else who wants to chime in.
Sure, Lisa's here. I'll let her go first. And all right, maybe Lisa is not here right now. Okay. Well, so in terms of balancing activity between your personal growth and the growth in your organization, you shouldn't have to choose it. You shouldn't have to, make a decision whether I'm going to be personally sponsoring now or whether I'm going to be working in depth. When I am working, if you're going to have a successful business, what I do is I take my personals or my brand new prospects, I bring them in depth with me. When you're isolating there's such thing as isolation. I do isolate and I build so that I could create that internal competition. But if I bring on a brand new person or 2 to 3 brand new legs of business, I have a current organization. And if I'm still working depth in that organization, the best thing for me to do is to take that new group that I've got, 2 or 3 of those people, and bring them with me in depth and other legs so they can see the magic that's going on in that other leg. It allows me to build much faster. Why? I don't have to always start a fire. See, I can start one fire, and then I can take everybody's wick on this call, and all I've got to do is bring you to the fire. But if I had to be the person to go to each person on this call and light your fire, it's going to be exhausting. It's a lot of work. It's more than I'm willing. I'll probably run out of energy. And so what I'm going to use is I'm going to use the growth that's in my current organization, wherever that is. And then I'm going to bring my new groups with me so that they can experience what it's like to have an exciting group that's going on right now. For example, you heard Luis and Fernanda talk about the number of people that they've sponsored. I think as of yesterday, they'd sponsored like 13 people this month, or as of a couple days ago or whatever. It may be higher now. So obviously they've got excitement that's going on in their group. So let's say it's you now, Shirley, and your new group, you and a couple of other people. And I'm doing meetings for Luis and Fernanda. And now I'm 4 levels deep doing meetings, and it's exciting over there. Shirley, you may not know how to create that excitement. And instead of me having to restart it, Shirley, hey, listen, you got 2 or 3 people outside of the meeting that I'm going to do for you on Thursday. I'm doing a meeting in one of my other legs on Tuesday. Why don't you bring a couple of people with you? And so now you come, your 2 to 3 people come. Luis and Fernanda has the Zoom packed out, has the house packed out, the hotel packed out. I bring you over there. I don't have to teach you how to have a successful, energizing meeting. The environment that Sam Dean talked about earlier, the environment did the work for me. This is why I never choose between personal, my personal width, in terms of production versus what I've got to do in the group. It's all one. I utilize the whole group to build my other legs of business. And if you do that, you'll spend less time, you'll get more productivity, and the business becomes more fun and it won't feel like a job. All righty. Anybody else want to chime in? Did I lose you guys?
Nope, we're here.
All right. All right, Vita Wood. Vita, you are up next. Joe Peach, you're on deck. Sorry, there you go, Vita. You should be live now, Vita.
Thank you so much. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. So first, I'd like to thank you all for this platform. And to get right to my question, I feel stuck in complacency. It's like I have these out-of-body experiences where I know it's inside of me, but I cannot figure out the key to pull it out. My success, I'm going to use the word success with air quotes, to other people, and I'm talking about this business and my regular job. Other people are always commending me and this, that, and, oh my gosh, like the success I've achieved to them is great, but to me it is sickening because I know that there is more there. And I'm trying to find out, how do I set myself up to be receptive, or to that one thing that you mentioned earlier, Mr. Buggs, about what it took to open that door for me to walk into my quantum leap. Johnny mentioned in his book, his dad said those 4 words, anybody can be average. Like, I don't want to be average, but I feel stuck in complacency. So my question for Lisa, Edwin, HB, Johnny, when you feel like this, what type of activities or daily processes would you recommend outside of associating myself and reading and learning to find this within myself, to pull it out and to jump out of this complacency funk?
Real quick on mine, don't discount or minimize association, because that was my number one answer. As I spoke about when I first got on Clubhouse today, I told you that I listened to Clubhouse, and what Clubhouse let me know is, HB, you got to step your game up. There's because I hear too much incredible talent, and I just never accept last place, or I don't accept the middle at all. I'm the guy that I just got to win, and it's not about competing with them. But when I see others bettering their best, I know that my best can get better. And so the biggest thing for me is making sure that I put myself in an accountability, earn the right to be in an accountability group with someone you admire, and someone who is not stuck, someone who is thriving. Earn the right to be in their accountability. You know, and sometimes it's easy for us to just pick up the phone and text someone and say, hey, can I be your accountability partner? I don't do that unless I've earned the right to be in that person's presence that way. I want to earn it, and not necessarily just because I have a phone number or know of them or something like that. Anybody else want to go ahead?
Amen. I'd like to ask Vita a question, so I can help. Vita, when you say you get in that complacency, what is the one activity that when you are on your game, your superpower that you feel allows you to drive your business forward the best and impact the greatest amount of people? If you weren't in a complacency slump, what is that one thing? Vita?
Did we lose you, Vita?
You might be muted. Vita? Okay, well, then, without knowing specifically, I will tell you something that was a cliche that I got my very first month in network marketing, and I laughed and thought it was the dumbest thing I'd ever heard. Now, I want you to hear this. It was from Jeff Roberti, who today has earned more money in the field, I think. Holton, I think you and he are running neck and neck, but if he's not in first place, he's in second. And he was doing pretty good back then, and I'm in the audience, and he made no money thinking he was stupid with the same question. And he said to me, Lisa, there is no problem that 5 new distributors or 5 new customers or 5 new prospects in your business cannot fix. Because when you get in a slump, you need to go back and see it through a new person's eyes to reconnect with what you saw in the first place. And it will get you up and get you going. And the further along I got in the business, the smarter he became with that advice. And today I live by it.
Awesome. Thank you for that, Lisa. I was muted, but they unmuted me. So I will do the activities. Mr. Edwin Haynes had mentioned one time, don't go back to the basics, because we should never have left the basics. So I tend to want to stay doing the everyday things that I know to do. But I feel like sometimes an actor on stage, like I need to do these jumping jacks and get all this energy and this power before I run out on stage and pull something from within to have the energy to go through and do these everyday things.
Okay, you know what the secret is?
Please.
I don't believe in beating other people. I believe in doing your best, which most people don't, which is why you beat them.
I can add something to that too, Mr. Buggs, if you can.
Sure, of course, Luis.
So what I was going to say is this. Here's my advice to you. When you feel that way and you feel like you can't make one more call, make one more. Always do one more. If you're always doing one more, you're never doing the same thing every day. You are stretching every day. And soon your worst day becomes better than what was 6 months ago, your best day. The answer is that do the thing and you'll have the power. Somebody think that. And I don't remember who, but the saying stuck with me.
Yeah, I was just going to add it that I was, and you also mentioned it to us one time, Mr. Buggs, was that Muhammad Ali, when he was training, he would not start counting his exercises until he was already tired. Until he was already tired, he started counting how many push-ups he has done. And one of the things that I have done to create success in my career is that I know the company will pay millions of dollars to that person who is willing to do the work. And I know for the fact that the company will make those payments to that person who is willing to do the work. So, and I know because because I already know that, I go and do the work. And once I do the work, the money will come, eventually will come, because there's nothing that can you accomplish if you do the work. If you continually do the work, eventually you're going to get better, and you're going to get better. You're going to get better. Every time you get better, your results going to be better.
Absolutely. Great stuff. Great stuff. I love it. I love it. Next person, Joe Peach Graves. Joe Peach, you are now live, Joe.
Aloha, guys. How's it going? Thank you so much for giving me some time on the call. I'm so honored to be here. I love all the stuff about the books because, I mean, Johnny, I've read your book, From the Hood to Doing Good, so many times, and now being one of your published authors is absolutely amazing. But my question, and it was fantastic to have Lisa congratulate that young lady earlier on the call about having over 100 customers, because I think that's something that I've noticed has been getting lost with the group that I've been building, is the value of having customers because of the delayed gratification sort of aspect that's inherent in this company. The question that I wanted to ask is, what are some things that you say to the person who doesn't realize that when they have 100, 200 customers, that they've got a residual income of $60,000 a year down the road, that will keep them understanding that being that fish, being that elephant, and just gathering those customers is not, I wouldn't say enough, but it's all steps moving forward that isn't wasted, if that makes sense. So how do you maintain the value in a person's mind when the results are a little bit delayed?
It's Joe, it's all about catching them early enough as they become or as they are a baby in the business. When new people join the team, we talk about culture, and culture is basically the habits, the philosophies that an organization really abide by without having it be set rules. It becomes a movement. It becomes what's expected of one. And so when a person joins the business, it's up to you to find out what's your goal. What is it that you want to accomplish? And when I ask a person, if I was asking Joe, hey, listen, right before you join, you saw a presentation. Joe, if I was to personally work with you, what type of results would you like to see in the next 90 days to 6 months? And if you jumped out and says, okay, well, I'd love to see $100,000 a month. Well, what happens is some people allow the prospect to join with that expectation without exploring a little deeper. My next question is going to be, Joe, that's great. It's definitely possible. When was the last time you made $100,000 a month within a 6-month period of starting a project? And when your answer becomes, I've never done it, now I'm going to bring you back to something that you'll fight for. Because I told my son this. My son came up with a goal one day, and he says, Dad, this year I'm going to be bigger than Drake. He's in the music industry. Now, I'm not one to crush your dreams, but you got to remember there's something called possibility, and then there's something called probability. The possibility of my son becoming bigger than Drake and selling more records than Drake that year was possible. The probability was almost zero. Not probable at all. And so we have to run a balance between probability and possibility. And it's your goal to kind of wean a person in to some of their possibilities, but a lot of their probabilities. And so when you say no, I'm going to say, hey, listen, $100,000 a month is great. Let me ask you a question. Would you consider it a win if you had 20 customers buying something every month, and you had an organization of 50 people, and all of them had 10 customers, would you consider that to be a win? Here's what your income would look like. And then when you say yes, now, see, you'll fight for that. My son had zero accountability. There was no accountability whatsoever of him becoming bigger than Drake, because if he failed, no one would look at him and say, oh, you didn't achieve your goal. And I told him, I said, son, I tell you what, don't worry about being bigger than Drake. Can you add 2,000 fans this year? See, now you got to be accountable to the 2,000 fans, because everybody around you know it's possible and it's probable. But 6 figures a month in your first 90 days and you've never done it before, if you don't even come close to it, nobody's going to remember that you set that goal. You tell me that you're going to have 20 customers buying every month, a team of 50, and all have 10 customers. Now it's so close to what's realistic that you now have to work for it, and it becomes more meaningful than the big goal. Does that make sense, Joe?
That makes absolutely a lot of sense, and I truly appreciate the answer.
Anybody else want to chime in? And let's have one other person chime in on that, and we'll go to the next person.
I just always want you to point out the impact. If you have 20 people whose lives are better because you introduced them to a product that made their life more convenient or help with their health, you've impacted 20 people. How many people do you know can go out and say, this month, because of what I did last month, 20 people's lives are better because I showed up? That's a win. And wins like that yield to income, because the universe rewards those that make the greatest impact with the greatest riches.
Definitely agree. A lot of gems on this call, man. This has been awesome. Next, we're going to go to David
Mr. Buggs.
Romero. We're going to go to David Romero next, and then after that, we've got Darlene Garcia, and then after that, we've got Kelly.
Mr. Buggs.
Yes, Luis.
Mr. Buggs, is that can you hear me a second?
Yes. Is that Avi? Yes. I think that's Avi, that's correct?
No.
Oh,
No, David Hunt, UK.
David Hunt. David, you know what? You guys are always together. You sound alike.
Mr. Buggs, I just want to say, we're meant to have a training call with our team right now. There's 147 of us on a Zoom. And Mr. Wimbrey was really coming on. Mr. Wimbrey's been sending messages saying, how does this play out? And we're like, dude, there's no way we're doing a training. So we're streaming you. There's 147 people now on a Zoom listening to you. And we got Mrs. Grossman as well. So I'll be kicking myself if I come off this call and I don't ask a question. So the team will put it in the chat right now. We're filming this. So firstly, thank you for doing this. This is gold dust. Honestly,
We are staying with Mr. Buggs.
Johnny Wimbrey's on our Zoom. We're taking over. Firstly, I have to give credit to Mr. Buggs for somehow getting Mr. Bean on an iPhone. Congratulations. And then also that Alligator Alley, there's no way I'm going down there. I've seen that before. And if my tire goes, I'm going to figure out how to drive the car regardless. But my question to Mrs. Grossman, because the team on here, the messages coming in are insane. One of the things that the team I've seen, it would be great to hear from you if that's possible. When they launch their business, and many people do it wrong at the beginning, and what do you teach people? And also with regards to invite, because you're talking, the guys are talking about texting now. What's your thoughts on text message invites compared to phone call too? So I appreciate your time, guys. Thank you for listening.
First of all, I have to say I'm much like Holton. When long distance went one price on phones, I got the family plan, and I was so excited and handed them to my daughters and said, oh my gosh, you get unlimited time and 400 texts. And they looked at me and said, can we get unlimited texts and 400 minutes? And I said, what? And they said, Mom, when you see that, you see a talking device. We see a texting machine. So I am not as in love with texts for a meaningful conversation as the younger generation, but I do think that they can save you time in network marketing. I'm a big believer in hot market. Holton is as well. We sort of pioneered it independently at the same time in separate companies years ago. And that's going to your list and asking for their help to get people up to quick success. So I think when people get started, you want to get them plugged in to everything they need to be plugged into first. And then you want to get them to action to get them whatever wins they can. So if it's going to be inviting, they don't really know the business, but they can invite somebody to take a look at something, to hear from someone who does. So I like to start people with their hot market, getting a few customers, because family and friends will take people out of the game if they try to throw up on them with a new opportunity to understand. But they're always willing to help you, and nobody needs a script to talk to mom and dad. So I start them there with activity that they can handle while we educate them on the systematic approach to building their business. Because action, action, action. And by the way, nobody starts wrong. Some people start better than others. And the last thing I want to say is, early on, I was listening to Edwin Hayes. I'm such a fan, and I got so many notes. And he's right. There are no shortcuts to success, only leverage. And people that are new in network marketing often fail because they feel alone, and they don't realize the awesome leverage they have with their support team, with the company system, with the scripts, with the advice, and with the proven path of success that's in front of them. So I think plugging people into the leverage that is available to them to take the pressure off of what they know, because the very best people to this day, I point, guide, and direct, because it's not about what I know or can do. It's about what I can duplicate. Does that help at all?
Point, guide, and direct.
100%. Thank you so much. And all of the guys here in the chat on the Zoom are saying thanks too. So thank you so much.
If I was to give you my 2 cents on it, David, here's what I would say here. Lisa and I, like I said, we come from the same school, but it's not that one is right and the other is wrong, because the way that people think today is how they think. And so if they act that way, they're comfortable receiving in that same way. But here's my philosophy on it. Imagine that you've got some people that you wanted to say I love you to. See, if I was sending out a group message to I got a group of buddies that I have on a message, and it may be 6 or 7 of them. I can tell them, hey guys, love you guys. I'll do that through a text. But if it was just, my mom or dad or whatever it is, and like my mother-in-law who texts every Sunday, and she sends a love message. But if I really wanted Erlene to feel how I felt, I'm not texting her, I love you. I'm picking up the phone, and those simple 3 words and how I say it is going to make a world of a difference of how she feels by the same statement. I can tell you, if I said that to my buddies, I love you, and it's 5 of them on the call, love you too, bro, and they've forgotten about it. One person I can send it to, and if it's sent not in a group and it's just to that one person, it means something. 5 minutes later, it's not much. A phone call saying the exact same 3 words, picked up, saying it with the right purpose, the right cadence, and the right sincerity, they're going to remember it not only today, they'll still probably feel it tomorrow, because that's the level of quality that I wanted to give to that person. And so as you build that list of people, know the ones that you want to say I love you to by phone, know the ones that you want to say I love you to by individual text, and under no circumstances at all, in my opinion, should anyone prospect through a group text message or some posting.
I agree with that 100%. Nobody cares what you know until they know who you are and how much you care about them. And I don't feel like someone cares about me when I get a text that thinks, or an email that indicates to me that they don't even know who I am. Meaning, know who I am, Lisa, like, who is she? People just care about people. There's nothing anybody can do wrong if they truly care about the person they're talking to. So here's my last piece of advice. If you can't become great at anything else right away, here's something you can become great at tomorrow. Become great at making other people feel great. They're much more inclined to listen to you, help you, do whatever they can for you.
Golden nuggets. David Romero, you've got the hot.
Thank you. We've got people in the chat. They're in the chat saying, I love you. Thank you, guys.
Appreciate you, David.
Yes, sir. Mr. Buggs, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, David.
All right. To all the other folks on the call, I'm definitely appreciate Mr. Buggs putting this platform on. My name is David Ibüümerang in Denver, Colorado. My question I'll kind of preface it with a situation, and a lot of folks that I heard at the beginning of the call were asking, how do we stay motivated? What I found at the beginning, and I've been in networking a little while with different companies, but it wasn't until I found the right leadership. I'm a retired military officer and also in the corporate environment. So one of the things that appealed to me about this industry that was really a serendipity is I didn't realize how much the leadership and professional development part of the business would actually engage me and keep me even in the beginning when I was going through what I hear a lot of folks say, losing motivation. How do I stay focused? For me, it was, launch fast. And then all of a sudden, lo and behold, you get a lot of no's. And so what it caused me to do, and probably a lot of new folks, you slow down. Now you're launch fast.
Tell me specifically what your question would be.
Okay. So my question is, for the folks that are leaders in your organization, do you find that the leaders, the organizations that are growing the fastest in your group counsel with you more frequently than those who don't? Because when I got the no's, all I wanted to know was, were they saying no because I wasn't presenting properly, or were they saying no just because they just weren't the right prospect? I counseled with my mentor, Rod Smith, and once I found out they were saying no because they were going to say no, it allowed me to speed back up again.
My answer to that question, and I'll pass it over to Ed, is not that they're growing because they're counseling with me, but the answer is yes. I find that the groups that grow the fastest have a culture of being tied in to some leader who has a solution to the challenges that may be occurring within that organization.
Amen.
Now, what happens is, as a result, that leader that they're counseling with a lot is counseling with their leader. And then that leader may be counseling with their upline leader, who's ultimately in counsel with me. And so it's the information flow is going down pure and not being circumvented, if you will. And so the plugged in groups are typically the ones that are growing the fastest. So the answer to that question is yes. I'll pass it to Ed.
Absolutely. You kind of really summed up what I was going to say. And no matter how big, I guess I can say I have been able to experience some bit of success here in this industry. I've never gotten too big to get the counsel from HB. And it's just the right thing to do. When you have someone who's willing to pour into you and help you grow to accomplish the goal that you're looking to, it's a mutual thing that happens there. I always value that. And in terms of my own experience in working with different leaders and people coming up, I do find that it's that accountability, if you will, that the ones who do counsel with me the most are stay on track. They're less likely to have that the point that so many people have been asking about of what happens when you feel alone, or when you when you feel like things are not happening or whatever. Then because of the experience, see, I tell people this as well. Life did not come with a manual. If there was a manual in life and how you can become successful and all that stuff, that would be an excellent thing to happen. The best manual you can have in life is to find a coach or a mentor who's willing to pour into you. And that's some of the things that I would strongly urge a person, especially in this industry. Because a lot of times, many of us, we come from varied backgrounds, of course. We're thrown right into the fire. Go out and recruit, go out and get your customers, go out and do all this stuff. It may be something that's different than what you're used to. But if you can get someone who's willing to work with you and you can follow that path, that is one of the things that we keep saying, and piggybacking on some of the other stuff that we said, that is one of the ways that you can shortcut, if you will, your way to the success that you desire. So counseling is critical. I experienced it, and it's, again, one of the reasons that I'm here today.
Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. Darlene Garcia, you are up. Kelly, you are next. And come on to the call with your question and who you'd like to answer it.
HB, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Well, thank you again so much for this platform. Oh my gosh, we've taken so many notes since it started. So what I have here is a little bit of just of a challenge, I guess. Before Ibüümerang, I was building another business, and I really was in a space of serving people and helping people, but from a place of healing. And I still do that today. I love it. But that's what everyone knows me for. And I love Ibüümerang, and I want people to know me for what I'm building here. So, I mean, do you have a recommendation on how to mesh both of those worlds without me giving that up, you know, and serving people in a healing space, but still showing them how amazing Ibüümerang is and how they could, you know, be a part of this opportunity with me?
So I have a question for you, Darlene. So when you say in the healing space, be specific. Let me know what tools did you use to heal people? Was it mentoring? Was it herbs? Was it exercises? What was it that you actually? What were some of the tools that you would use?
So I taught them a system, if you will. I gave them action tools on how to heal their hearts through. Because of grief, right? Grief in any form, didn't have to be like the death of a loved one, but grief in any aspect. I taught them specific tools on how to begin their journey in taking the actions to heal their heart. And, you know, that's still something that I'm very passionate about, but I'm on this journey with Ibüümerang and I love it. And I want to be able to grow this in a way that you guys are growing it, you know, to be able to dream bigger and do all those things. And so I still want to be able to bring that world into this world that I'm in with Ibüümerang. And do you recommend that I do that or not do that? I mean, what do you recommend?
Oh, can I answer that?
Absolutely, Lisa, go ahead.
Darlene, you're already doing it.
Such a great question.
All is expanded.
I knew our answers were going to be the exact same thing.
You've just expanded your portfolio. Hey, everybody. I've spent a lifetime giving people the tools to help them heal their broken heart. But in today's world, I realized that there are people that are living that are broke financially, whose hearts are broken or are breaking because they're broke financially. So now I not only help people and provide them with the tools to heal their heart, I provide them with the tools to heal the financial cancer that is killing their families, to fill them, to create the hope for them that tomorrow can be different. I provide people with the tools to take control of their own destiny and no longer feel that they have no say in the life that they live. I help people to heal their families by allowing them to have the tools that are necessary to live an extraordinary life.
All day long, that's exactly what I was going to say. And that's why I asked, tell me the tools that you use. And I was asking that because I don't want you to shy away from wanting to be known as the Ibüümerang lady, because you are a healer. Now utilize the tools in Ibüümerang and do the same thing you've been doing in your other business, but now you've got an additional set of tools to heal other issues. And Lisa said it best.
Amen.
So that's what I would do if I were you, darling.
I love it. Thank you both so much. That helps me a great deal.
That was
Absolutely.
awesome.
Kelly, you are live on the hot seat. Come with your question. We've got Daniel, who's up. Martinez up next. Raul Castillo will be after that. And then Sharon Guilty. And I think we have about 4 more, and then we will be done. But right now, you are live.
Can you hear me, Mr. Buggs?
Loud and clear.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My question is for Lisa today. Lisa, early on, you mentioned that you only have the ability to talk to a certain number of people in any given day. And I'm being afraid of the yeses because there's a significant difference and people that say yes. And you always ask yourself, is my business going to be positively affected if this person says yes? How do you know, if you're in the cold market, which people to choose to work with?
Okay, here you go. And this is interesting. And I'm not going to give a long answer, but I want to paint a picture you'll understand. I did a lot of consulting, and I would walk into people that wanted to start network marketing companies that knew nothing about network marketing. And I would say, put the 10 things on the board that you think are the most important to have a successful company. And they'd write things like money and all of these things, you know, a president who went to Harvard and Stanford and you know, all this and all that stuff's cool. But the things that I look for in people are decision-based attributes. If you ask yourself, what is in a great leader? I can pick any leader on this call. They have integrity. They're people. They're solution-oriented. They're possibility thinkers. So I look for people like that because, and that's a lesson for everybody here. All the things that make great leaders great, you can decide tomorrow. Maybe you have a past that you're going to be trustworthy. You can decide today I'm not, but tomorrow I'm going to operate integrity. Tomorrow I'm going to be a consistent person. Tomorrow I'm going to put people first. I look for people. I want to impact impactors. So I don't care if somebody's, you know, working at the gas station or the president of the biggest company in the world. The question is, do they have a desire to build something greater than themselves and cause the greatest impact for the largest amount of people to the positive wherever they can? So you ask questions. And if you ask people enough questions, and by the way, people love nothing better than to talk about themselves. So it's real easy to sit and ask people questions and find out, does this person have an energy, a drive, a heart for people? Is this somebody that I'd want to work with? Because this is the only business in the entire world where it's a volunteer army. Everybody that's here is here because they want to be, and you get to choose who you work with. Choose wisely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Awesome stuff. All right, next in we have Mike Wynn. Mike, and then Daniel Martinez and Raul Castillo is next. So Mike, you are in the hot seat. What's your question and who do you want to direct it to? Mike Wynn, going once. Mike, going twice.
Up here. I don't think anybody's brought Mike up. I don't see him.
I put him in there. I unmuted him. Tell you what, we'll come back to Mike. I'll see if Mark Kipcart will find him. Let's go right now to Daniel. Let's go to Daniel Martinez. Daniel Martinez, you are now live. What's your question?
Well, thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Buggs. I will actually want to address this directly to you. I've actually heard you mention a couple of times that, and I think the last time was in a Sunday call with Erlene when the pandemic was starting. I heard you say that by the time you were 28, you were already a multimillionaire. You were financially free. You basically had everything that almost anybody would want. But it wasn't until you were 42 that you were actually free from other people's opinion and criticism. And that actually really impacted me. So my question is, what was the defining moment that led you to say, you know what, I'm officially 100% free? Or was it a series of events? Or what had to happen in order for you to say, you know what, now I'm actually 100% free?
For me, it was a simple realization. I can tell you kind of exactly when it happened. It may sound a little weird. We all have certain things or experiences that may occur in our life that will set us free. Mine happened in the Bahamas. This was obviously 6 years ago. We happened to be in the Bahamas on a trip. I remember when I first got into network marketing, I was in a very culture-building, structured environment in the Amway Corporation, and it was a lot of mentoring that was involved. I'm the type of person that when you tell me something, if I trust you and I accept you as an authority figure in my life, I'm going to do not only what you say, I'm going to do more than what you ask me to do because of my fear of losing the connection or mentorship with you. So my upline, I'll never forget him telling me, this is just one thing here. I never forget him telling me that business people don't wear facial hair. And so that organization was a very conservative organization. Nobody had facial hair. No leaders had facial hair. And that was just one thing, okay? That was the example of people having an impact on my life. I never understood why. I just listened to what he said. And it carried on long after I was out of that company. And I never forget going to Bahamas on a trip. I forgot to bring my hair clipper so that I could shave. Well, guess what happened? My facial hair grew on that trip. First time I'd ever forgotten to bring my stuff. And I kind of liked it. And I made a decision, okay, I'm going to keep my beard. And it was that mental stronghold of not only what he had said, it wasn't him. I don't blame him for anything. It was my personality. I allowed the opinions of others that I wanted to please to direct me in different paths that were not even justified for today. And so when he said that, that was probably the case. Back in the day, there was this such thing as being IBM trained and positioned. IBM salespeople wore blue suits, red ties, white shirts. IBM was the most successful company that was out there, $1 billion company at that time, and they were the staple. They were kind of the reference point for what a great salesman would look like, the prototypical postured, polished person. Well, today, you look at Mark Zuckerberg, when's the last time you ever seen him in a suit? You look at some of these other CEOs, and the CEO of Twitter, I forgot his name, but who looks like Santa Claus, his beard is so long sometimes. And somebody had to break those strongholds. It wasn't about the hair. It was about the mentality of me just being so susceptible to influences that are no longer relevant. And it's just like us telling some of the new age people certain things that they must do now that we did back in the day. It may not even be as relevant today. And so that was the thing that allowed me to say, I am choosing no longer to be in bondage of anyone else's opinions about HB. And I felt so free. It wasn't the beard, it wasn't the haircut. That was just the event that allowed me to release myself, because I realized at that moment how I had been in bondage. I realized how many concerts of people that I missed. Why? Because I wanted to focus only on building the business. And I was this person that was always business, not doing any recreation. I wasn't having fun in ways that I really wanted to, because what I saw modeled were people just building the business, focus, building. And the only fun that I saw them have were on reward trips. I don't think that that's a great quality of life. I think that you could build, you could be who you choose to be as long as it doesn't infringe on other people, and you can have a great quality of life outside of your network marketing business. I think it will make you a well-rounded, better person as well. And so that's when I became free. The money didn't make me free. The success didn't make me free. I chose that Holton Buggs is going to be freedom. And that's why my hashtag, whenever I do posts on Instagram, my hashtag is welcome to a Bug's life, and the next hashtag is freedom, because it means so much to me now that I don't give a rip what anybody outside of my wife has to say about HB. So that was freedom to me. Let's go now to Raul Castillo. Raul Castillo, you are live. What's your question, and who do you want to answer it?
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Awesome. Well, this question could be to anybody. I believe this call has been the highlight of the day. But I want to go back to, I believe we touched the subject about an hour ago. And it has to do with getting or untouching your emotions from the results or to the income. I believe Gary and Lisa spoke about that, but it was just brief. But I want to know, what are the steps, or what are the the ways of achieving that? Because I believe that's I've been a part of this industry for about 7 years, and I still hold the enthusiasm and the energy since I first started. I even have more energy now. But what steps does an individual have to take in order to overcome not getting involved emotionally to the result or to the income?
Gary, can we bring you back on for that one?
I mean, you can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. So here's some things that I always try to focus on when I'm building is I do my best to not frustrate myself on things I can't control. Lisa said it when she said we're in a business of choice, and it's their choice. I always thought about myself seeing the information for the first time, and I didn't get started right away when I first saw network marketing. I have my own objections, and I know that whatever the person brought me, I wasn't making the decision on what they showed me. It's just my limitations. So whenever it comes to me showing someone, I know when they're giving me these no's, it has really probably nothing to do with me. It could be what they've gone through for that day. It could be based on an experience they had before. I know it didn't necessarily mean that I wasn't doing my best job. So I try to use that as my mindset to say, don't frustrate yourself on the results, because who knows what that person is saying no to. It might not be me. They might be knowing to themselves. So that's just one of the things I was doing to emotionally detach myself from the no's, letting myself know that, listen, I got to keep doing my efforts. Who knows why they're saying no? I can just do the best I can do, because Johnny Wimby said, all you can do is all you can do. That's one way.
Awesome stuff there. Awesome stuff. Appreciate you, Gary. Thanks, Raul, for that question. We're going to go now over to Sharon Guilty. Sharon, you have the mic. What's your question, and who would you like to answer?
Okay, can you hear me?
Loud and clear, Sharon.
Okay, great. This is Sharon Guilty. I am the wife of David Guilty, our Emerald Ambassador in Ibüümerang. And the question I have, and this has been an amazing call. I've been listening for hours now. And I just want to say congratulations to everybody on the call who's spoken, who hasn't spoken, who just has dreams and desires in life, period. Because I feel like I relate this a lot to Ibüümerang, but I also relate this a lot to just life, period, and mindset. So my question is, my husband is, our team says he's on the diamond dash, on the road to diamond. And this question is mainly posed to people like our top leaders, Edwin, Mr. Holton Buggs, Mr. Edwin Haynes, and maybe some of their wives that are maybe on the call or not. But what are some of the memorable moments that you can recall as to how your wife supported you the most in reaching your goals and your desires in business, even in the past and or now and or in the future? What are some of the things that she was able to support you in doing in the household, or just period, as I support David on his road to diamond? Thank you for having me.
Awesome question.
I'm going to reach out to Kim Bean first to take a stab at it first.
Okay.
Because even though she works out front, she's also been a tremendous support role for Sam and their business. And then I'll give that to Lita as well. And if she's still here, and let both of them answer that if they are still on here.
Okay.
Mr. Buzz, I am on the line.
Hey, Kim.
Hey there. And hey there, Mrs. Guilty. Great question. I am in an area where it's a little bit loud, so I'll step into a different room. But different ways to support, especially different stages and different levels. At the beginning stages, my support was really take care of the household. We made a commitment where my husband went out there, he worked 8 to 5, and he didn't have to worry not one thing when it came to our household. Even when we had our first newborn son, he didn't have to wake up in the middle of the night to make a bottle. He didn't have to change the baby's diaper. I wanted him to focus on his strength. And that's one thing that spouses should really get to know, the areas of improvement and the strengths of their spouses. And one thing that I knew about my husband is once he loses focus on something that he has a laser mind or laser goal set, is he gets deterred and he gets completely thrown off. And so side jobs, side things, such as domestic things, he gets distracted by. So me knowing that that's an area of improvement for him, I know that's my strength. So I stepped into the gap. I handled everything when it came to that. Then as the business started to progress and get bigger, I knew that he needed my assistant in the forefront. Also, I knew my role. I knew that my area of improvement when it came to negativity, I was a negative spouse. And I didn't want to be that negative spouse because I saw the vision. I bought into the vision that Mr. and Mrs. Buggs created, that Mr. and Mrs. Haynes created. And so in order for me not to be negative, I needed to be around the environment, just like what my husband shared earlier. I needed to be around the environment. And in order to do so, the environment is not in our home. The environment is at the event. Even though at that time, 15 years ago, we couldn't afford to be at the events together, I volunteered. I volunteered so I could be around the environment. And then I fell in love with what I was doing because I felt the impact, not only within myself, but I felt the impact from the entire company, because now I'm like, I now am a part of the vision. And so I made myself become a part of the process for myself and for my husband. So you really have to find your strength in what areas of purpose that you could serve in it. And I know that my husband and I, we sit down and we talk about it annually before the year even begins. What can I do to support you? What can I do to make our business grow? And the best person to really find that out from is the person that you're wanting to support. Back to you, Mr. Buggs.
Awesome stuff. Talita, are you there? You want to anything you want to add as well?
Yeah, that was phenomenal. I think that Miss Beam had it right. Clear dialogue, communication, set the expectation, stay plugged in. I mean, I congratulate you for being so supportive, for being in the vision, for not taking yourself out of the game. I mean, you got it. I think all the answers that you're looking for will become very clear when you set the dialogue clear, the communication, the expectations, and you stay connected and consult whenever needed. Whenever you're feeling frustration, whenever you feel things are not right, don't keep that energy, because that energy can be an obstacle. Kind of set that energy out, connect with a person that you're working with, an upline, somebody that you can consult, and you got it.
Awesome stuff. This is really, really good stuff. I appreciate it, and I know we're going to rapid fire. We're going to wrap up with everyone who had a question. No more questions coming in, but we will finish all of these. We have, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 6 more, and we will go rapid fire. So we're going to go now to Aria. I think it's Aria Babalz, and you are in the class.
Hello?
Hey, Aria.
Hi. Oh my gosh. I'm so honored and grateful to be here with all of you. I want to say shout out to Diamond District and my sponsor, Ms. Diva Leslie. I love you so much for bringing me into this opportunity. And I always say I didn't have to try anywhere else in network marketing. I just fell upon the right place at the right time, and I took up on the opportunity. So my question is, sorry, my heart is beating so fast. I'm so honored. I really wanted to just let you know that right now I am in the shelter with my daughter, and, it has definitely kicked some fire underneath myself. And ever since Cancun, I have been just in activated go mode, asking more questions and just, staying close to the fire. Once again, thanks to my sponsor, Ms. Diva Leslie. And I had a call with Jayla Pippins, and she basically mentioned that you said it's important for us to have a business inside a business. So this is a 2-part question. I transformed into my modeling business where, I have models who exclusively want to work with me on a one-on-one basis. They would sign up with Ibüümerang. If not, then, I just have them in a group level, but they still, have to come in to join me. So I want to touch on, hearing from you, Mr. Buggs, how important it is to have a business inside the business and what key points you can give me. Now, my second part question is, I have been so consistent since I've been in the shelter. When I tell you, like, my hours of sleep, you know, your iPhone tracks that for you. I spend like less than 2 hours in bed, you know, like staying up all night, you know, really getting out of my own way. Like, I actually 100% believe in me, and I know that I can do this. Not even just Ibüümerang, but I can achieve a lot more than I have been achieving. So how do you in staying consistent in those sleepless nights and putting in all the effort, you know, what things are you telling yourself to, you know, keep going? Because I'm on day 20 something, whatever day this is of the month, and I'm getting a little tired, but I'm still very focused and determined. So I just want to add some fuel to my tank, you know, not that I feel like burning out, but I just want to add some fuel in there from you. So what can I do? Tips for adding the business to the business and staying, you know, with the fire.
Okay, so now when you say the business within the business, that could mean a lot of things. I want you to just, if you could take a few words, 20 seconds, and explain to me what your question is about the business in the business, because business in the business is very broad.
Okay, gotcha. So I want to know what steps I can take to efficiently bring out my plan of having a business inside a business, meaning how can I effectively be all in to Ibüümerang and all into the business that I've created inside the business. Okay. Does that make sense, Mr. Buggs?
All right. And so the business, so explain to me the business that you've created inside the business.
So I am a model. I'll be featured on Amazon shortly, and I've had a few billboards. And you know, I have a lot of network and connections in that area of my expertise. So a lot of models reach out to me and they want to work with me. And on that call with Miss Pippins, Miss Jayla Pippins, we constructed a plan where if the models join Ibüümerang, you know, they get that one-on-one mentorship with me. Also, because we can take a photo and get paid, but we don't get residual income off it. So what I'm saying is, you know, we can still book shoots, we can still do that, but let's also be models in business and set up the future for our future generations to come, because it's bigger than us.
Gotcha. I think I understand exactly what you're talking about now. So let's answer your first question. The first question is, how do you be more efficient at running the business within the business? Understand the purpose of your modeling business. Understand the purpose of your Ibüümerang business. What you've got to do to make them efficient is you've got to make sure that both of them are serving a very similar purpose. Okay. If you know that it's about empowering, uplifting, and motivating people to become their better selves, then obviously Ibüümerang does that. And if that's what you're doing through modeling, which I would assume that you are, they work together synergistically. And so that's as long as you've identified what the similar purposes of each business is, and you align them together, then that's what's going to make it work efficiently. The thing I will tell you is this: as you're building a network marketing business, what you don't want to do is you don't want to focus all of your attention on only building with models. And the reason why is I want you to imagine you've got an organization of 5,000 models. And let's just say that there was a huge modeling convention that was taking place. And at the same time, we have a huge Ibüümerang event taking place. Now, 100% of your group is going to be distracted, having to decide which one of these do I actually pay attention to. And so you're going to end up either having nobody at your modeling event or nobody at your Ibüümerang business. And so sometimes it can be self-destructive. So as you do build that, make sure that you diversify no different than you would diversify people in your neighborhood. I always tell people, don't build your entire business with the same race, with the people who only speak the same language. Don't build it with people who are only of one particular religion or whatever. Don't build it of people in the same city or same state or same country. You never know what takes place in network marketing. The purpose of network marketing is diversification. And diversification, guys, doesn't mean you go out and try to do 15 different businesses. It means that you're able to diversify income streams geographically around the world with people who have common goals, but they may be positioned or have different purposes for why they're using network marketing. And so you can have 10,000 streams of income in the same business because you've got 10,000 or 20,000 different people who have different reasons why they're building it. But because they win, it becomes a stream of income for you. I think some people get it misconstrued when we talk about the multiple streams of income. So that's what I would do if I were you. That's my solution to it. And hopefully that helped you out.
Yes, Mr. Buggs, real quick. I also want to say that actually gave me a lot more clarity because I actually am a creative. I do a lot of things and I have a lot of accolades. To go with them in that area. This is my first network marketing. So there was this guy and he's an author and I introduced him. He's going to be coming on to my 6 o'clock. I also, have some girls that just have a travel group and, they want to join me and listen. And I actually also started a Leo travel group myself. I'm a Leo. I know you're not, but I started a Leo travel group and it's almost over 80 people. And we're going to be going somewhere in Las Vegas, staying at the Westgate Hotel. And all of them are using the iGo portal. So, I thought that doing the models in business would help me narrow down, but actually it's actually going to help hinder me. So thank you for that and giving me that clarity. Now, how do I stay alert and awake and stuff? Because I'm tired. But
that's the next question. That's the next answer I need to give you, which is even more important. Here's the thing I want to share with you. It's your first time in network marketing. You've got big dreams and goals, and that is awesome. Here's the thing I want to let you know, okay, is you don't have to put 24 or 22 hours a day in the business. You don't. When I was your, at your age in the business in terms of experience level, I thought that the more time I put into the business, the more I was going to get out of the business. I'm wiser now. I'm much wiser. I go to bed now at between 10 and 10:30 every night, but I'm up between either 4:30 or 5:30 every morning. And so I get me a good 6 hours of sleep every night. And what I've realized is that I'm more productive because I can give the best of me in a shorter period of time. You giving only 20% of your energy over a stretch of 20 hours, you're not going to be as effective. I'd rather for you to get 6 hours of sleep, work the business 5 or 6 hours a day, and make sure you dominate during that particular time. Don't think that you got to drag it on and 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 on. Remember, the more the work that I did that was 24/7 was working on my belief, thinking about the business, thinking about success, dreaming and visualizing and things of that nature. But I never confused thinking about the business with working my business. If I really looked at it, the total work that I do in my business was normally about 3 to 4 hours per day if I wasn't showing the plan. If I was showing the plan and doing presentations, that may have gone to 4 to 5 hours a day. Very seldom did I have 8 hours of real actual work in the business because many of us confuse activity with accomplishment, and it makes us feel like we're doing a whole lot more. And when you start to divide all those hours up with your paycheck, you'll start to realize, wow, if I go to McDonald's, I'll make more money per hour at McDonald's than I'm making in my network marketing business because you're confusing all of the time that you're doing non-income producing things. And then you look at your paycheck and it just doesn't match up. Get your sleep. You got to take care of you. If you don't take care of you, you can't take care of your people. We're now going over to Abs. Abs so much. Tamara, you're welcome. You're welcome, Maria. Abs De Silva. Abs said he can't join right now. No problem. We're going to go to Tamara Emily. Tamara, AJ, you're next. Tamara Emily, you are in the clubhouse. What's your question and who would you like to answer it?
Hey, thank you, Holton. Thank you so much. I'm honored and privileged to be on this call. Can you guys hear me clear enough?
Loud and clear.
Thank you. Thank you. I just want to ask a quick question. We've heard a lot today about kind of how the business works, but for me, listening to the call today, a lot of my question's been answered already, but this is a question to you, Holton. I'm interested in mindset, and I know that learning from everybody on the call, leaders, mentors, mindset and mentality is so important, and self-development and growth. So I just want to ask you, because obviously you've got such a weight on your shoulders and, you know, everybody looks up to you. How do you manage to maintain, I know you've obviously, sorry, I'm so nervous, apologies. I know you've already kind of, answered with the books that you've read, your experience, but how do you maintain that level and that strength of commitment and keeping the vision for everybody else underneath you? Because obviously everybody else looks up to you. And especially with what's been going on in the current climate, sometimes an idea that you may have had, you know, has now got to be diverted. So you just want to keep that belief and keep the field going and the positivity. So what do you pour into to keep you going so that everyone else can so you can pour into everybody else, if that makes sense?
Yeah, it does. My thing is what I have done is I have had to stretch myself. I'm in a different capacity. This is my first time owning or being a CEO of a network marketing company, and it's different for me. It's a challenge for me. What I've had to do is, number one, make sure that I don't ever micromanage, and I don't. I rely heavily on people who are qualified to do their jobs, and I give them the liberty to go out there and do it. Specifically on the corporate level, because I'm not necessarily in the field. I have to do the exact same thing in the field. I'm a CEO who feels like a distributor, probably 90% of the time. I will never get that distributor feel out of my bones. And I have to protect my field as well from me not overshadowing. This is why I don't jump on and get on flight school every week. This is why I'm not on conference calls all the time, because of effectiveness sometimes can overshadow the other leaders that I have, and they've got to have their opportunity to be the next Talita. They've got to be their opportunities to be the next Kim Bean, to be the next Jayla, to be the next Jackie, to be the next Luis Ventura and Gary and Martha and all of these guys that we have on this call, without being in the shadows of HB. I've got to give Edwin his space to be a global master ambassador. I've got to give Johnny Wembry his space to be a Black Diamond without me coming on and doing all of these things. So I've got to build a good team, trust the people that I have, and what I pour into, who charges my batteries, are primarily people that are not even in network marketing. So what I've had to do is build an alliance of people who are like-minded, people who are big thinkers, who are accomplishing a lot of things. I paid a lot of money to be a part of an organization. I paid $25,000 a year to be a part of an organization of CEOs and very high net worth people who are making a major impact. And what it allows me to do is to realize, it allows me to know that I'm right on track with certain things, but it also allows me to know that I'm not the smartest guy in the room. And sometimes in network marketing, the people, like you said, they look up to me thinking I'm the smartest guy in the industry sometimes. A few, maybe 3 or 4 of you think that. But I've got to realize, get out of that, and I can't read my press clippings based off of what my group says. I've got to get around other people who challenge my...
I hear that.
Who challenge different things about me, and that's what allowed me to grow. And that's what allowed me to get replenished when I listen to other people. And to be honest with you, listening even on this call to some of your questions, listening to some of the moderators, just because you earn more than a person doesn't mean you can't learn from them. And so I learn from anybody I can, and being in this environment is what fills me up. So thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Holton. And just one more question, quickly. Going forward for what you've just said, how difficult is, because a lot of people that you talk to, and you're a typical example. So if you've got someone that's got like a job mentality or have had experience in a certain area, and then you try to sway them into becoming, a network marketer where they're a business of their own, you've kind of done that because, like you said, you've been in the field for many years, so you've now had to pivot to be able to now not micromanage, but step aside, even though you're probably itching to get into the field. And now you're actually a CEO, so you're on a different level. So how would you advise anybody to try and get someone to understand the mentality of the job mentality and the difference between now being a business when you haven't had that experience before?
Are you talking about someone who's a prospect or somebody who's already in the business?
Probably a prospect. Okay. Maybe as well in the business.
Here's the thing about prospects. Here's the thing I'll tell you about prospects. Never try to get them to do anything. What your role is when dealing with a prospect is to solve a problem. Your role is to identify what the problem is. You're a doctor. Have you ever had a doctor to try to convince you to do something before they diagnose you? No, it would be the wrong practice. So remember, you're the doctor, you're the financial doctor, you're the opportunity doctor, you're the freedom doctor. You're the person, or you're the Harriet Tubman, the person who can lead that person who has a job mentality to freedom. But what you've got to do is you've got to do the proper analysis first and learn how to ask questions before you offer so many statements. I ask a lot of questions. Tell me a little bit about yourself. What if you had time freedom and money freedom and all the money and time in the world, what would you do? And they'll tell me, where would you go? Who would you take with you? You know, and I found out what's important to them. And then when I found out what's important to them, I utilize what's in this business to solve their problem. And so that's how I make the connection. But every time I try to convince them they should think like an entrepreneur, because they already think like an employee, they are going to take some kind of offense, even if I don't say it directly. And so I always come with the solution. I'm just the solutions guy. I am not the guy who's going to go and tell you what you need to be doing. Does that make sense?
100%. Thank you so much, Holton. Thank you to everybody on the call for taking time to set this up. Thank you so much. I'm honored.
You're welcome. You're welcome, Tamara. I am going to go now to Mr. Jeremy Green. Jeremy, what's up, bro? How are you? You are in the clubhouse.
Mr. Buggs, how are you, buddy?
Fantastic, man.
It's been a minute.
It has.
I'm very proud of you. Love what you're doing. Yeah, so I actually have an interesting question for you. You know, being someone that knows you.
By the way, guys, some of you probably remember when I forwarded to my group. This is probably about 2 years ago. This little app, it was called Emoji. When you create those nice emojis that would dance, this guy right here is the creator of not only that, he's created a whole bunch of stuff in the social media world, and been working with a guy who's on television right now, Rob Gronkowski, on some other projects and stuff like that. He's done some amazing stuff in the music industry and the digital marketing media. So Jeremy, come on here. What's your question, man? And
So one of two things. One is it's Moji Chat, and we're actually the #1 monetization platform in the world for gamers. I'm currently now over here at Facebook as the head of North America for Facebook. But you know, knowing you and knowing your story and having really interesting conversations with you, I actually never asked you this because I don't know why I didn't. But I always ask people who are really successful that I know this question. And what would you say your most impressive failure was?
Great question. My most impressive failure, and I'll explain why I say it's the most impressive. My biggest failure was about 2.5 years ago, and I think you were even aware when I was even starting it. I was going out into the digital space, being a consultant for a cryptocurrency company. I had built network marketing. I was bored out of my eyebrows with where I was. I was working with a CEO that just didn't have a vision that matched what my capacity was, and so I could do what I was doing in my sleep, and so I didn't need to grow anymore to build because everything that I built was going to be stifled, and so I said, I'm going to do something different. I'm going to go out and do a challenge. And I started a consulting company. The consulting company still exists today. And I got into the space of cryptocurrency solutions. and trying to take a company where people, this kind of goes back to Tamara's question. I had some people who wanted to be in the cryptocurrency and do it in a way that wasn't compliant. And here I come to be the person to say, I'm going to show you how to do it compliant. I assist them in launching, rebrand. They bring a lot of people into the company. And what I realized is I was forcing upon these people something that they didn't want. And here's when I knew I had to run. I made a phone call to them and said, hey guys, listen, I gave them our travel platform. This is before I started a company with it. Our travel platform, Jeremy, was so successful with them. Everybody wanted it. I didn't make any money off of it. I just gave it to them as an add-on.
Right.
They called me up one day and said, you got to turn this off. And I'm like, why do you want to turn it off? They said, because too many people want to focus on this versus the crypto. I said, but yes, I'm trying to make it legal. Right. And I told them, I'm trying to make you legal. And here's their response. We don't want to be legal. We want to be profitable.
Yeah, that's just fucked up.
And so that was one of my biggest failures of a project, which led me to own and start Ibüümerang. So I've turned one of my biggest failures into one of the biggest successes.
I love that. What do you think? What was the hardest lesson in that whole thing, you think, Bud?
I think the biggest lesson for me is go pursue your dream and go pursue your passion. And, most people think everything has to work out right. I mean, how many apps have you developed that nobody knows about that led you to be
Plenty.
Emoji chat? Right.
I mean, listen, when I first created, the first thing I ever did was facial filters, right? And I remember going and having meetings with people, and they were like, what is a facial filter? And I was like, yeah, I think we can advertise on people's face. And people thought I was crazy, right? The one person who didn't was John Lagerling and Sheryl Sandberg, and allowed me to build it into Facebook, which eventually now about 1.3 billion people a day use that technology, right? So nobody had a clue what I was thinking about. And I just, it was my vision. No one really got it. And when you tried to pitch it to somebody, they thought you were a lunatic, but one person took a shot on it. It became very successful, and then I've been kicked in the face 10 million times before I heard that one yes. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I remember the specific story you told me that you do around the holidays, or sometimes you'll go in and you'll pay, and what's that story? You would go in there, you order a small cup of coffee. Yeah, I actually do that. I do that every single year now. Could you share that with the audience, what you do? I do it every year now, ever since you told me that.
Yeah, what I did was, I tell people that 2014, 2015 were 2 years that were like incredibly profitable. My biggest 2 years ever. I mean, it was insane for me at that time. And but I was unhappy. I didn't have the fulfillment that I wanted in my life, in business, family-wise, health-wise. Personally, I was great, but I just told you about working under a cap. And Arlene told me, she says, you need to go out and make sure that whatever it is that you want most, go give it away. And I said, I want happiness. She says, go give it happiness away. And so what I did is I started making sure that every day I would do something for someone that they couldn't repay me. They wouldn't even see me do it, and I wouldn't stay around for them to say thank you, because it wasn't for me to get any accolades or recognition for it. It was just for me to go out and sow into the universe what I wanted more of. And it started real small. I go to a restaurant, and next thing you know, I leave a $100 tip by just ordering something that costs $10. To the point that it got really, it became kind of big, whereas I go into restaurants and expensive restaurants and go and talk to the manager and say, hey, listen, could you put everybody in here, everybody's bill, put it on my tab. Don't let anybody know it's me. And Arlene and I would just sit, or I'd sit down and enjoy breakfast, or if we were together, we do it. And so it became kind of infectious. I would tell people the story, and that was the most impactful part, Jeremy, is not only me doing it, but the number of people that I've shared what I do And for them to come back like you are now saying, I still do that at this moment.
I got to share a story with you.
Do it every year. And to see people do it, it's even more impactful. That lets us know that our stories have a lot of impact.
I got to tell you this story, and this specific reason, that's why I brought this up, is about, I would say about 3 years ago, I went to 7-Eleven. I was going in there just to grab like a coffee. I don't even remember what I was grabbing. And there was a young girl who was sitting out on the ground. She was crying. Everybody had walked by her, and she was just asking for something to eat. So something compelled me to stop and talk to this girl. So I stopped and talked to her, and you know, she told me her story. She said her family hasn't heard from her in forever. She is addicted to meth, and you know, nobody wanted anything to do with her. She was living by the highway, and she, at one point in her time, she was like a radio DJ and was really successful in how drugs kind of got a hold of her and messed up her life. So I said, listen, I want you to call your parents from my phone, and if you want to go home, I'll fly you home right now, right? So she called her family, got on the phone. Her family had thought she was dead. They thought they hadn't heard from her in 3 years. They thought that someone had, you know, taken her life, whatnot. So I bought her that ticket. She actually never, I put her in an Uber to get on the flight. She never made it to the flight. I never made it there. Broke my heart. I drove around all night trying to find her. Sooner or later, she called me. She had made her trip down there. And she was just ready to get sober, right? And she's like, look, like, I'm trying to get myself into rehab. So me and my wife, we paid for her entire rehab. It cost us like 30 grand, right? And we didn't even know this person. And here's why we did this, right? It's because this person just seemed really special to me, and I didn't know why. So we paid for her rehab, and she's now like 3 years sober. You wouldn't even recognize her. And this girl has gone on to help so many people off this one little instance, you know what I mean? And we didn't do it to like get kudos or credit. I just thought to myself, like, what if that was my sister sitting out in front of that building and people are walking by her and she's down on herself? And you know what I mean? You never know what like a little bit of love will do for somebody. And I remember that exact moment where you told me about that when I was like helping her out. That entire conversation. You sparked that.
Well, Jared, man, I appreciate you sharing that story, and I know it's going to have a lot of impact on people. And guys, here's the thing. Here's what I realized. I realized that how so little matters to me makes so much of a difference to others. And sometimes it doesn't have to be monetary. Sometimes it's going to be a compliment. It's going to be attention. It's going to be time. It's just your gift that you give. And what I can tell you is that you are going to be happier because of it. And that's why we started our company with the name Ibüümerang, because I knew what happened to me, and I wanted to make sure that every time a person sends a boomerang, we feed a child, which means I know if they understand that, they have the same feeling that I have when I operate in my 12 days of Christmas. And it goes way beyond 12 days now. We do it, pretty much almost every day in some capacity that we do it. So, man, Jeremy, it's great to have you on this call. I appreciate you coming on, sharing your story.
No problem, man. Proud of you. Very proud of you.
Thanks so much, man. Keep rocking, man. Send me some more of this new technology. I'll spread it out.
No question.
All right. Hey guys, listen. I've got somebody who's going to anchor. Who just texted me. A good friend of mine. I hope Johnny's on. Another good friend of mine. I'm going to bring them up last. I'll get through a couple more questions here, and I'll bring them up. Actually, I'm going to do it the opposite because he may be able to answer the last three questions. I've got one person who's got the last question, and that's Elsie over there in I think Elsie is over in the UK. But did you guys lose me? Oh, I'm here. There you go. Elsie's the last person. Okay, yeah. But I'm going to bring him on. Let me see if I can find out. Pete, if you can send me the invite, send me the request to be in the chat, if you could, Pete. I want to share with you guys who Pete is. And you've probably seen him over over all kinds of different platforms, and he's become the who's who of what he does. And let's see here. He says, not sure how to do that. I have to pull him up. Mark, if you can look for Pete Vargas and add him to, see if you can find Pete Vargas. Will do.
Johnny wants you to know that he is on Zoom listening with David Hunt, and his daughter took his phone.
Okay, no problem.
Her phone.
No problem. Okay. All right. So he's listening on Zoom. Okay. So Johnny won't be able to mention anything. So Mark, look for Pete Vargas. Pete's on. Okay. Well, listen, guys. I want to share with you who Pete Vargas is. Pete Vargas is a very long time friend of mine, and it was Pete Vargas, Johnny Wembury, Edwin Haynes, and another guy named Joe Tam, who's not on this call. But we kind of grew up having our first bit of success together in network marketing. Pete was a youth pastor over there at Texas A&M, and I'll never forget going down doing a meeting for him. And the first time I ever saw a guy doing a meeting, I drove up in a suit in my Lexus, and Pete's sitting there in shorts and a button-down shirt with a packed room of people. But Pete has gone on from the network marketing business to being one of the largest influencers in the world. And I don't say that lightly, in the world, with what he does. Very humble, very successful. Pete has made some strong affiliations all over, including, I would say, one of the, if not the most impactful. I know the real deal. Some of you saw me do a social media with him before, but he is probably one of the most impressionable people that's ever graced the stage of Grant Cardone at Grant's 10X conferences. And his impact of his message and the people that have come through who call Pete, say, Pete, I need you. And I'll give you a list of them. Tony Robbins. Pete, can you please come and teach me what you know? Damon John, who shared the same stage with Pete. And when Pete got off the stage, he's knocking down Pete's door. Hey, Pete, I got to know what you know. Because Pete came on so unassuming. He was the very last person to get an invitation to speak with Grant Cardone, and every speaker who was on that platform wanted Pete to teach them what Pete was doing. And I can go on and on and on with the number of people that Pete has been able to impact. But more than that, he's been a great friend. He, Johnny, and myself, we grew up together, and Edwin, we grew up together in network marketing, and Pete has taken the world by storm of teaching people how to make the right connections to get on stage. And I mean, he's just done some amazing things. So Pete, welcome, man. Welcome to my first clubhouse. I'm gonna let you be the last person in here, and then the last questions I'll let them ask so that maybe you can answer a couple of those questions. Pete Vargas, you're in the clubhouse. What's happening, Pete?
Bro, look at you, man. Your first clubhouse, hundreds and hundreds, probably thousands have come through here. Man, I'm honored to be here, man. You are a dear friend of mine. It's so good to see Edwin right by me. I hear my boy Johnny's on Zoom. And I got to tell you, Holton Buggs is one of the greatest leaders that I've ever met, and made that same impression on my 12-year-old son. So I know you guys have been gaining a lot of wisdom from him today. And so, Holton, thanks for having me in your room, man.
Absolutely, Pete. Yes, indeed, man. It's been great, Pete. Man, you know what? I'd love for you to just come in and share, what I've seen you do specifically in business, also in the world of how you've gone into churches and pastors and shown them how to create their message to have more of an impact, to get more results. I don't even want to steer or direct you. I'd love for you to just come in and share a couple of tidbits from your heart. You know this industry of networking. You know what everybody on this call, without even hearing them, you know what's going on in their hearts, what goes on in their mind, the same as everybody else around the world. And so if there's anything that you'd like to share, man, go ahead. You've got the floor. And ladies and gentlemen, guys, you know me. I don't bring people on lightly. I just don't. I'm very, very protective of what we're building in our culture. But Lisa Grossman's she's got a key to the city. Pete, I feel the same way. And so, Pete, I just trust you to go out there and just share some stuff, man. They got their notebooks up and ready. We said from the beginning we didn't know where this call was going to go. I expected this call to be an hour and a half long. It's been over 3 hours, but we will shut it down after these next couple questions here because I've got guests showing up at my house here. But Pete, go ahead and do your thing, man.
Yeah, man. No, I appreciate you having me, Holton. Now, man, I'm so glad to be here, and for all of you listening out there, whether you're in a network marketing company, an entrepreneur, a business owner, one of the things that I have come to really understand in an extremely powerful way is how you connect with human beings, how you connect with them in a way to want to engage and go deeper with you. Whether deeper with you means being a part of your company, buying your product or service, getting the vote, or getting the donation. And how I really learned that. Like, I learned that from listening. Like, here's what Holton and Johnny and Edwin, and many other people who I've interacted with, is I would watch and I would pay attention out in the audience. I was always the guy out in the audience. I was never the guy on the stage. And I would pay attention to when the crowd leaned in or when the customer leaned in and when they leaned back. And I wanted to know what was happening when people leaned in. What was Holton doing? What was Johnny doing? What was Daryl Scott doing? What was, Lisa doing? What was whoever doing when people were leaning in and really connected? And what was taking place the opposite when people weren't leaning in? And if I could just begin to understand what it was that made people lean in and connect, I felt like I could help people understand how to do that. And so it was just Buggs. It was just me. I was a youth pastor. The thing that I was trying to figure out was, just how to impact the kids. That's where it started. Like, how do I impact these kids? And all of a sudden, there was a man that came in and not only impacted my kids, Johnny actually came to town as well. Johnny came and spoke in my youth group, and he brought out folks out there. But one of the men that came out, his daughter was the first girl killed at Columbine back in 1999. And he didn't just have an impact on my kids. He changed my relationship with my dad and I forever. It was literally the thing that had my dad ask for forgiveness for the abusive dad that he was growing up. And literally after 20 years of not saying anything to me, my dad all of a sudden asked for forgiveness and literally was the thing that caused my dad and I to make amends and have an incredible relationship today and be the greatest dad and the greatest granddad today. So what was it about that man on that stage that had him connect with me? It was this thing that he didn't realize he understood, because sometimes he did it and sometimes he didn't. And Holton, I believe communication is the absolute greatest way for us to connect with human beings. But if we can understand the psyche of the human being, and if we can understand what we've got to do to make that happen. And so I want to share with people how it is that what I've learned now with 20 years of working with some of the most powerful men and the most powerful women in the world as clients of ours, people like Dean and Tony and Grant and Lisa Nichols, and I could go on and on and on, like just incredible people across the world. What is it that I've learned that makes people lean into their seats? And so what I want to do is I want to illustrate it with a quick story, and then I'm going to teach Holt maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and I think we can take some questions. So Grant has me come do a workshop up at 10X headquarters, and I have an affinity for network marketing, because without network marketing, I don't get through college. Like, literally don't get through college. Like, what Holton and Johnny don't know about my story, maybe Johnny does, I don't know if Holton does, but literally I got onto my college campus and my car got repossessed in my freshman year of college because my dad couldn't make the payment. And it was like a 10-year-old Toyota Corolla. Like, I couldn't even, Johnny used to make fun of it. I'd pull up to the meetings in his beat up car, barely getting there, but it ended up getting repossessed. And I'm trying to figure out how to make it. And network marketing is literally the thing that allowed me to make it through college. And it wasn't the company, it was the leadership within the company. People like Holton Buggs, Johnny Wimbury, Edwin, these men leading me in a powerful way. But here's one thing, and if this is not a knock on the industry, it's a knock on how people communicate. Fast forward 20 years, and now Grant Cardone's partnering with me, and we're hosting a workshop together. And I want to hear people's stories. So I go around and I say, give me 2 minutes and tell me about what you do, who you are, and what you do. First person goes, and my breath is taken away. I'm like, man, that person's powerful. Second person goes, and here's the words out of her mouth. And I want you to hear this. She said, what if I could give you an opportunity to make money and lose weight? Would you be interested? And immediately, I could feel the energy sucked out of the room. 35 people who had paid, I don't know, $10,000, $15,000 to be in the room with us. Maybe, no, it was actually 50 people who had paid $10,000 to be in the room with us for 2 days. And I could feel it. And I asked her this question. I said, are you in a network marketing company? And she said, yeah, how did you know? And I said, how did I know? I'm thinking this, how did I not know? Like, it was very easy. And I said, listen, right away, when you made that opening statement out of your mouth, my wall and my guard went up. And it was already kind of up because it's just human nature for us to be on guard, but it went up. And literally, Holton, every single person, and this was not my intention, every person in the room kind of started raising their hands and saying, mine too. And I didn't tell her that from a standpoint of like, I want to hurt you, I want to break your heart. Like, that wasn't what I was trying to do. I said, you give me 3 hours today and I'll completely transform that where every single person in this room will lean in. I said, will you trust the process? She said, I'll trust the process for sure. For sure. So guys, I want to share with you what is that process in a few minutes. Grant Cardone said, Pete, if I'd have known you 30 years ago, I'd have made $100 million more. I know this room is, I love the title of this room, from 100 air to 100 million. Well, I'm just going to tell you what I share with Grant. I said, here's the reason why communication breaks down, and here's the solution to it. I said, you want to be a powerful communicator? I was the one watching all the greats like Holton and Johnny and Daryl and all of these people who impacted my life. I said, here's when I could see the audience lean in. You see, the mistake that most speakers make is they actually tape themselves. They watch themselves. They go back and watch the replay of themselves. The pros don't watch themselves. My camera's on the audience. I want to see how the audience has responded. I want to see what happens when they lean forward and when they disengage. Greats watch what's happening out in the audience. Like, I'm telling you that. A lot of amateurs watch what's going on with themselves. And so here's what I want to tell you what's going on with the audience. When you can connect with the audience, here's how it works. Simple 4-part framework I'm going to give you. It's called the Story Braid Framework. Remember these 4 parts: heart, head, hands, heart. Literally trademarked to my company, and I'm proud of it because, Holton, you're a piece of me learning this. Heart, head, hands, heart. We have literally built, for the biggest names in the world, their presentations using this 4-part framework. How does it go? The opening heart. The mistake people make is they don't connect with the person on the other end and walk in their shoes. The person that you are communicating to on the other end wants you to walk in their shoes, not your shoes. How do you walk in their shoes? Simple. You help them understand that you have been ordinary and been in their shoes before. But then you help them understand that you've been extraordinary and you've gone somewhere that they desire to go. The place where people miss it is they don't start with the ordinary. Too many times they start with the extraordinary. So start with the ordinary in that opening heart and then move to the extraordinary. Because what happens is the ordinary and the extraordinary, the gap, that's the gap. You've now created the gap that they want to learn from you. The second thing you want to let people know in your opening heart, and Holton Buggs does this as great as anybody in the world, is what is your why? What's your big, hairy, audacious goal? And here's the thing. Here's when you know you got a big, hairy, audacious goal, is when they can find themselves in it. It's not about you. It's about them. If you can grasp those couple of things in the opening heart, I'm telling you, people's walls will go down and connection will be made. Then you go to the mind. Once the heart is down, the guard is down. Listen, when people's hearts are opened up, their guard is down. When people's hearts are closed off, their guard is up. So we got to get the guard down before we can open the mind. So once their guard is down, now their mind is open for you to teach them your genius, or the path that's going to help them move from ordinary to extraordinary. That's all that is. When Holton Buggs came into Texas A&M and I had a freaking room full of people, Dante Hall, former Kansas City Chiefs NFL player, my boy Tyler Merrick, like the room was full. You know why Holton got him? Is because he didn't just connect with their heart. He showed them how to move from where they're at to where they want to go. He showed them that. That's what you do in the head part. The reason that you've got their minds opened up is because they want to move from ordinary to extraordinary. And now you go and teach it. That's all you go. Is you go and show them how to do that. That's the second part. And I know that's a quick step to that, but I want to be respectful of the time because this room's been jamming forever. The third part, the hands. The hands. The call to action. And what I'm telling you, when I'm being an effective parent and knocking out of the park with my kids, this is what I'm doing. I mean, this framework can be done for my kids. It can be done for my business. When I'm communicating powerfully, this is what's happening. The third part is the call to action. Now they're a believer in what you had to say because you can hear one of my kids in the background, but you got their heart. They've heard you in their minds now because you captured their heart. Now it's time for the call to action. Is it whatever the call to action is for you? Is it the next step? Is it a sale? Is it a vote? Is it a donation? What is it? Like now the call to action becomes important. And here's where everybody in this world missed it. Like a lot of people in my industry and communications missed it. Is a lot of people say you close with the close call to action. And I say, no, you don't close with the call to action. You close with how you started. You close with the heart. You close with something, a story or something that reinforces everything that you've taught them. Everything that you've taught them. You close with the heart. And so, Holton, here's what I would say to people, whether they're using this in a one-on-one sales conversation, they're using it in a three-way conversation, they're using it on a Facebook Live, they're using it on Clubhouse, or they're using it on your stage. Like, that is the way that you communicate to bring people into your world. When I'm telling you, how did I go from the youth pastor or the guy just sitting in the audience watching everybody? Well, I wasn't just watching. I was paying attention to when they leaned in and were engaged and when they disengaged. I was paying attention for a decade, learning from the greats, being the guy behind the scenes so that when I got those people on the stage, I wanted to make sure that they were powerhouses in their communication. And so, Holton, I fast forward to the girl 3 hours later, and all of a sudden she's sharing her story for how 2 decades she had been struggling with her weight and how she had been bullied in school and how she could never figure out a solution to this weight problem. And then one day she stepped into this arena and one of her friends became the hero and introduced her to something that was a way for her to never be able to lose weight. And now all of a sudden, she takes us through that journey. She takes us through that weight loss journey. We're connected with her. Our hearts are opened up, and now our minds want to learn how she did it. And now she's got the opportunity to talk about her product. And now she's got the opportunity to talk about her opportunity. And now everybody in the room's listening. The first time she goes around, guards go up. The second time she goes around, not a dry eye in the audience, and people engaging with her in the hallway during the breaks. Holton, I believe that the marketing secret, the number one marketing, everybody talks about all these things you can do with marketing. I'm going to tell you the greatest marketing tool you have is being a powerful communicator who knows how to authentically connect with people. If that is a skill that you will master, like Holton, like Johnny, like Mrs. Buggs, who's up in here too, she can communicate too. She's powerful. Like if you will master that, watch what begins to happen. That's what begins to happen. And Holton, the last thing I would say is Grant Cardone called me. His right-hand person called me a few years ago and said, man, Grant's giving you a meeting. You got 15 minutes. It's on you. Well, Holton, all I had was 15 minutes. And the reality is Grant only had 5 to 7 minutes with Grant in his office. 5 to 7 minutes later, this guy's meeting me for the first time. He had no idea who I was. He had called Damon John. He had called Bethany Frankel. He had called John Maxwell. He called all these people and personally invited him to speak. Well, you know how you move from being a best kept secret to no longer being that best kept secret? You know how to communicate. Because 5 minutes after communicating in his office with him, he looks over to his right-hand guy and says, why haven't we known this guy? I've left $100 million on the table for not knowing him. He needs to be speaking at our conference. And shortly after speaking at that conference, Holton, which I ended up getting 60 or 70 minutes because your house was one of the first places I walked in after that conference. 1,000 customers later and $2 million in revenues, that 5 minutes served me pretty powerfully but I had to make sure that when I got the shot, I was ready. And so, man, Holton, that's what I would share today, bro. I mean, I know folks have been in here, man, but I'm telling you, like, there's a reason why everybody who works with us, like, everybody is converting higher in thing they do. Like, I was on the phone last night with my boy, King Graziosi. Like, they're converting higher because of the fact that they're communicating more powerfully and connecting more powerfully. So, man, that's what I got, Bugs.
Man, listen, I can tell you this, guys. I'm sure many of you who are on this call right now in this clubhouse feel like there's been multiple points in this call where you felt like the call was just starting and that you've hit another gear. And I can say, Pete, as much as we were looking forward, myself, not looking forward to closing it down, but I knew that I had some other obligations. You coming on and sharing what you just shared, it felt like I needed another 4 hours of this call. Or let me just say wanted another 4 hours, because there was just a different element. And I'm sitting here thinking of what I'm getting from it. And then I'm thinking of the number of people who are being blessed right now with this message. And I'm sitting here hoping that they understand what they just heard, that they understand that you don't get in this room and hear this message from these people. This is not a everyday thing. And, but it's been just immensely impactful. I really appreciate you for coming on and sharing and being a part of my first clubhouse. And man, any way that I can serve you, you already know it. You let me know. It's always going to be a done deal. It definitely is. I've probably got 2 or 3 people, Pete, that I've got left for questions. If you don't mind staying on, just in case.
Yeah, man, for sure.
Okay. All right, let me go back to the questions. So the next person that I have, I've actually got 5 of that. Let me tell you exactly who they are, and there won't be any after this. Trevor Howard, Eric Smith, Vivian Everett, and then Elsit Ada, who's going to be the last question. So Trevor Howard, you are on Clubhouse. You're live. What's your question, and who would you like to answer it?
Wow, just
Wow, can everyone hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. This goes out to Pete. What you said has hit me greatly. So my first question is, when is your next event? What books have you released? And my second one that someone asked earlier is the books that you read. So what is a book that you would recommend to read?
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, instead of anything with an event, just like one of the things we're doing for everybody on Clubhouse is just giving away free stuff. Just like Holton today. I haven't seen many people, by the way, that start on Clubhouse. Like, I know a lot of the speakers, they're clients of mine. And most of them starting with 100 or 200, and then they're bringing in dozens and dozens of moderators, and they're getting 500, 700. Like, there's something about the fact today that this guy can get, 500. I saw 500-600 people here, and that's only what I saw. So, like, really pay attention to that. There's something about that, guys. And then if you just hit my profile up, man, we have an incredible resource that we used to charge for. It's called Communicate to Convert. Just grab it. It's free. I think it's the code is like Clubhouse. It's in my profile, man. So either hit me up on IG or take advantage of that. The book I'm reading right now, it's actually, I'm looking at it right here. It's right by my nightstand. It's called The Magic of Thinking Big. I know a lot of people have read it, but I haven't. And Andy Frisella, who is a powerhouse 9-figure business owner, recommended me to read it, by David Schwartz. So that's what I'm reading right now, The Magic of Thinking Big. I know one of the first books I read was Think and Grow Rich. And that's when Holton Buggs and Johnny Wimbry, like and Edwin, we were all tearing it up, and we're younger. And so that was one of the first books. I know a lot of people have read it. I'll tell you the book that I've destroyed the most, like with writings in it, is the Proverbs. So even if you don't have a, background or a belief in God, just trust me, just read the Proverbs. You don't have to,
Amen.
You don't have to have that background or belief in God to go read the Proverbs. The Proverbs is just wisdom. It's just wisdom. And so those are the books that I would say, what am I reading currently? What have I read in the past? And what's the thing that I've really read the most? So
thank you.
Awesome stuff. Pete, The Magic of Thinking Big was my very first book that I ever read on personal development. I read that book, got it in September of 1990, and it was my very first book that I ever read. So it's kind of ironic that that's the book that you're reading right now. Awesome stuff.
Dude, I've never read it, Bugs. Like, I couldn't believe it. It said 6 million copies sold. I'm like, why have I not read this? It's incredible.
Awesome. Let's go to Eric Smith. Eric Smith, you are now in Clubhouse. What's your question, and who would you like to answer it? Eric, hopefully we have you. Are you on mute on your own phone? You should be in the Clubhouse, unmuted. Eric, going once. Eric, going twice. Eric, we now have to move on. Vivian Everett. Vivian Everett, you are now officially in the Clubhouse. Vivian, what's your question, and who would you like to answer it?
Hi, Mr. Buggs. So I just hearing Pete talk just now is really kind of almost answered the question that I was going to ask, but I wanted to direct this question to both you and Pete because, I've literally talked to hundreds of people, and I seem to have this mother hen kind of thing where when people say, I really want to do this, but I can't afford it, or I just don't have time, or something like that. Can you come back to me later? And then when I go back to them, I feel like maybe I've said too much or I've said too little, and I just don't know how to just really connect with them to get them to the point where they actually believe that they can, or that they really can afford it. They just don't know that they can.
Well, you know what? I'd love for Pete to take the first stab at this one here, and something of value that I can add, I'll do that as well.
Yeah. So listen, well, thank you for that, Vivian. And first off, hopefully you know how to connect now, in the sense of like really thinking about them on their journey. But as you're teaching,
here's a concept that I couldn't get into in great depth. So you're like, that, how did that help Grant bring that much money back? Well, he got to teach for 3 or 4 minutes, 5 minutes. So here's one of the things you want to do when you're teaching or when you're sharing with them in the kind of that you're teaching to their minds because you've moved past the heart and you're in the second year. What you want to do to support your teachings are embed stories of people who have had success around what you're telling them. So you want to embed different stories of people who have been successful. But when you're embedding those stories, embed stories of other people or yourself around the most common objections you face. So that when you get to the call to action, you've already tackled it and they found themselves in it. So if I were teaching around around money, you said, I don't have the money or I don't have the time, I would probably tell a story that combats both of those of somebody, and it could be myself. I would embed a story in my presentation that overcame the money and the time objection. Like really powerful presenters and communicators understand the biggest objections that they're going to face, and they embed them with stories. When people say facts tell and stories sell, that is truthful. The thing that I hate that nobody will tell you is really how the types of stories authentically that will help you sell. And here is the nugget for you guys. Know the biggest objections and share stories that combat those objections before you ever get to the call to action. And watch what happens when you get to the call to action. So that's what I would say, Buggs, is just embedding stories that overcome those objections.
That was so good. Oh my goodness.
I would say is that success has such a small circle. It's very tight because you start to notice that all successful people have a very similar thought process. Sometimes we have a different way we go about it. But the answers that Pete gave are the exact same things that I was thinking in my head as well. And you know, if I were you, just to add just maybe something of a little flavor outside of what Pete said is, while you're doing that, understand that there's 3 types of stories that you're going to tell. The first story that you're going to learn how to tell is going to be your upline story. The second story is going to be your story. And then your third story is going to be somebody who's a part of your success team. So as Pete said, use those stories in your presentation. Remember, there's 3 main objections that you get in networking, and it's going to be based off of resources. There's 3 resources that we want, or that people have to use: time, money, and people. So what you hear is, I don't have time, I don't have money, I don't know anybody. And it's not because they don't, it's because we haven't created enough value at that moment. So when I hear the objection, if I didn't successfully handle it in the beginning, like Pete said throughout the presentation, then I'll go back to my upline story. So what do I mean by that? A person comes up with another objection. Man, I don't know if there's really a lot of money to be made. I've heard a lot of people have been in network marketing, and I don't know if anybody who's successful. Now you're brand new. Use your upline story. Don't make it about you. Well, let me share with you about the person that I'm working with right now. And should we actually forge a relationship together, I'll make sure that should you qualify, I'll make sure to get a 5-minute phone call so that you can actually meet him or her, blah, 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 and let them share with you how they were actually able to make 6 figures, 5 figures, whatever that number is. Yeah, it's your upline story. You're validating that it can be done. Second story is going to be your story. Well, hey, listen, have you made any money? You know what? Actually, I have. I got started in the business last month. And with what I started with, you know what? I've actually tripled my initial investment. The third story and the most powerful story is going to be somebody on your team. Well, I don't have any time. You know what? I've got a young lady in my organization. She's actually a physician. She also runs a church group. She also is in the PTA, the head of the PTA. She's so busy. And one of the biggest reasons she came to me was because she said, if I'm this busy and I'm 30, how much busier am I going to be at 40? She got started in this business, and we've been able to utilize this system and not as much of her time. And she's actually grown her business 400% over the last 6 weeks, or the last 2 weeks, or whatever that percentage is. And so now what you're doing is you're not trying to convince them that they have it. You're using stories to combat it. And so Pete giving you how to do it throughout. I'm sharing with you afterwards, if you still have them, the 3 stories that you use in network marketing, and both methods. Pete's method is the best method because you handle it during the middle or during your presentation. And if you handle it well, you'll start to notice less and less people will come up to you with excuses as to why they can't get started. So hopefully this helped you out. Pete, awesome stuff. We're going to go to our next question here.
Wow.
Mr. Buggs?
Yes.
Hi, is Diamond Ellen Smith here. I just wanted to say thank you so much for bringing Pete on. That portion that he just did was definitely impactful to me, because for myself, when I tell my story, I don't think it's that interesting. But what I found since going Diamond, that because I hadn't spoken before, a lot of people was impacted by what I said. So I would say to individuals, don't be afraid to share your story, because you don't know who it's going to impact. But thank you for bringing Pete on, so that I can actually, glean some information from that and get better. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely, Ellen. I was looking, I was like, who's in the questionnaire group here that's talking right now? I didn't even notice that was you. But no, I remember your story made such an impact. I remember exactly where I was on stage in Cancun when you had a chance to speak and being the last speaker. But more importantly, what I do remember is I remember so many people afterwards. The talk of the entire event was, did you hear Ellen? Did you? Wow, I had no idea she was that powerful. And so the thing that I can tell you guys is don't underestimate the power of a properly communicated story. And if you have to invest time on orchestrating your story, I would rather you spend 5 hours crafting your story and talk to less people than winging it, not knowing your story and talking to 100 people. And it will serve you much better. And so never underestimate the power of a properly communicated story. So we've got 3 more speakers, 3 more questions here. Eric Smith, you're up next. You are in the clubhouse. What's your question and who would you like to answer it? I think we went to Eric before and we lost Eric. That's right. Next one is AJ Mangle. AJ, you are in the clubhouse. What's your question? And who would you like to answer your question? AJ, you're now officially in the clubhouse. There you go.
Yes, Mr. Buggs, so wonderful to meet you here. I'm from Netherlands, and I've been enjoying your talk so many times with your powerful energy and your inspiration. So wonderful to have this opportunity through Clubhouse to get to meet you and to get to speak to you. Honored and privileged. Also to have heard about Pete just now. Yeah, my question, actually, I had a question, but because of all the things that all the knowledge that came around, that it changed it all, and I got a lot of answers. But to give it a little bit of structure, I'm at a point in my life that I built a network marketing organization for 8 years. In the first years, I did it very, very rapidly. I built up to 6 figures. I still am at that point after 8 years. But I got the last 2-3 years, I went through a crisis. I lost the sense of smell. I lost my ability to think. I lost the ability to feel. So, and all of that because of me not following my intuition. So I got it all back. But because of that, I made some mistakes. I'm a father of 3 kids. I'm happily married. But I'm at a threshold now because of some mistakes with tax. I might be hitting a problem in the end of April. which could mean that I have to pay a lot of money. And
so what would your question that you'd like to have Peter, myself, or any of the others to answer for you?
My question would be for both of you, actually, yes, if possible. What would be the best and fastest strategy to get to like 50,000 euros a month from your experience? I know that you did that. Could it be possible in 3 months? I know everything is possible. Could you guide me in a direction? Because I want to be sure that I get there before I hit the end of April. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is the thing that I just shared. Would that be something to craft into the story? Because that's basically the story that I have on the inside now. And somewhere along the line, I think it is, but I don't know how to craft it completely. Okay. So those are the two things.
I'll start it off, and then I can have Buggs.
Absolutely, Pete. Take the reign, Pete.
So a couple of things, AJ. You're saying really quickly, 50,000 views. Is that what you said?
Sorry, come again?
Did you say 50,000? You want to get 50,000 views?
50,000 euros, I said. Yeah.
Oh, euros. Okay, euros. So listen, here's what I would tell you. I'm going to tell you how I started my business when I had 0 followers on any social media channels and nobody knew me. I leveraged the power of being on what I call OPS. Holton understands what OPM is, and anybody that's listening, OPM is other people's money. They teach it in real estate, like leverage OPM. Well, here's the power. I believe that you can get out, if you can go get out in front of a lot of people and share your story in the next few months, which I call other people's stages. That could be in Clubhouse, that could be on Facebook Lives, that could be on summits, challenges, live events, masterminds, workshops. What happens is you're getting in front of somebody who's already invested the money and time to build that community. So this past February, when I was on Grant's stage, Grant told the crowd that he spent like $9 million to put that event on. And something triggered in my brain. I was coming up next. And I thought, guess what I didn't have to do? So I went out there and I told the audience, get on other people's stages if you want to build your business fast. And I said, here's the power. And I taught them how to do it. And I said, you want to know the power of other people's stages? How much did Grant say he spent to build this stage? They said $9 million. I said, how much do you think I spent? People yelled out a bunch of amounts. I said, nothing. I said, Grant didn't just spend $9 million. He's been spending 3 decades to build his audience, his community, his platform. And now in 1 hour, I get the chance to come and be on it. So that's what I would tell you there. Is like that's what I believe, preach. It's part of our methodology. The second thing, I would caution anybody from sharing a story of difficulty until they've actually gotten on the other side of the story.
Oh, wow.
Until they feel like there's a healing to it. Because if not, I see too many people, figuratively speaking, bleed out or feel desperate. So guys, don't share the story until the testimony's already happened, until you've gotten the victory on the other side. So the fact that you're in the middle of it right now, AJ, I wouldn't necessarily be sharing about that. So Holton, those are my thoughts.
Absolutely. No, it's great. I want to piggyback on something that Pete had to say, and I'll give you some sentiments about if you're talking about utilizing network marketing as a platform to get the 50,000 euros per month. And if network marketing is your platform, now obviously Pete works in an arena of different business people who are educators, people who speak, people who are influencers, and that stage is what they use to get their message out. Well, you may not at this moment have the ability to get on the larger stages to give your message at this moment if you're still in the valley of your story, which is okay. You have to understand that there's different levels of stages. The stage that you use in network marketing is the same thing that Pete uses. It's just magnified differently when he's on Grant's stage. So what I use as somebody else's stage is if I'm going, let's just say, for example, it's Pete, and Pete joins my business. Now, Pete has worked long and hard with his relationships over the last, let's say, 10 years, And I'm going to ask Pete, can you, when he joins the business, I'm going to make sure that Pete knows exactly what to say to put me in front of 10 people, whether that's going to be on a Zoom, at his house, at a restaurant, at a hotel, or whatever it may be. That now becomes my stage. You take the 10 people that Pete put me in front of, it's the same question. Grant spent $9 million in investment for that event. Pete spent 20 years building trust with those 10 people. How much did I have to spend? How many years of trust did I have to spend? None. And so now, because of my preparation, I'm now able to be in Pete's environment, his stage, and I'm able to share my story starting from scratch. Maybe it's only 5 people. Maybe it's 1. But I'm able to share my story right from scratch. And then when I get that person started, I'm asking them to do the exact same thing, to create that list of prospects. Why? Because my goal is to get on their stage or in their influence. My purpose, just like Pete's is, Pete's purpose wasn't to get on Grant's stage to make money necessarily. Pete's purpose was to get on stage to serve Grant's purpose. And if he serves Grant purpose for that event, he's going to make money as a result. But if Pete got onto that stage for Pete to make money, he would never have been invited back to Grant's stage. So when you get on a person's stage, whether it's 5 people, 2 people, 3 or 10 or 20, you make sure that you're getting on their stage to serve them, not because you're in a financial situation. The more problems you solve for more people, that's when the money comes in. The next question that I would say to you is this, is that if you've got a goal to make 50,000 euros in the next 90 days per month, what I would do is be very mindful of why 50,000 euros is so important. Because if you start working the business, starting a project out of desperation, people will feel it. Because you're desperate to get to an amount so quick. My question to you is this: have you made 50,000 euros per month before?
No, I haven't. I did 25.
Okay. And you've been doing this 8 years, correct?
Yes, correct. Yes.
So what you're asking the universe to do is to supply you with a solution in 90 days for something you haven't done in eight years. Now, is it possible? Yes, it is possible. Is it probable? No, because now what you're saying is, I'm going to take a quantum leap in results, whereas you don't even have 90 days to develop a skill set to permanently absorb a skill set that's going to attract that type of income with that many people. And so give yourself a little bit more time. Why does it have to be in 90 days? I'm not trying to talk you out of your goal, but in 8 years, if you haven't done that, and right now you find yourself in the valley of your opportunity, find another goal that's a little bit more measurable of something that you have accomplished, and maybe put 20% on top of that, of what you've done in a 90-day period of time.
That's so good.
I'm not talking you out of going for 50,000 euros per month, but the other thing is this: you want to be able to use that story. That's not the story that's going to relate to everyone. Remember, Pete said, you want to make sure you reach them at their heart. Right now, during these times, I can tell you what the most impactful story is going to be. How you made enough money, or you helped someone make enough money that they didn't lose their house. How you helped a mother make enough money that she didn't have to pull her kid out of private school. How you helped someone make enough money that they were able to save their mother's home. With all the stories that I have in my company, let me share with you the most impactful story that I share. I don't share the story of Edwin Haynes, who's made millions of dollars already. I don't share the story of what Johnny Wimber has done income-wise. I share the story of a lady came up to me. She's in sales, and this is her first time in sales. And she said she's not so good at it, and she travels when she works. And she said, Mr. Buggs, I want to share with you what difference this company has made for me. She said, normally when I travel, I have to make a decision which of the 3 meals I'm going to miss because I don't have it in my budget to eat 3 full meals a day. She said, but because of your travel platform, I've been able to save $35 a night on my hotel. And because of that, I no longer have to choose which meal I'm going to miss. See, I tell that story, and it impacts more people than the $1 million story, than the 50,000 a month story. Why? Very few people are going to believe the 50,000 euros in 90 days. Everyone can benefit and know someone who's making the choice in their life of what they have to leave out because $100 of extra income is not there. And so don't compete with all the big stories that you hear all the time. Understand your mission, where you're going, and craft a story in that. And I promise you, you'll get to the 50,000. And what I want your story to be is how many people you helped get to 50,000 a month. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Hope that helped you out.
Thank you, definitely. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Absolutely. Last question we have is going to Elsid Atta. Now, Elsid, I want to say that Elsid gave me my first invitation last week, and he invited me again this week. He says, Mr. Buggs, man, we're doing this clubhouse, and I'd love for you to come on. And I saw my message 2 hours later, and I texted back. I said, Elsid, I'm sorry, man. I didn't see your message. He said, no, it's still going on. So I jumped on and participated as a speaker on the clubhouse that he was moderating with some other people, some very powerful people. And I see that he's learned the art of getting on other stages as well. So Elsid, you are the last question that's coming on to the clubhouse here. And I am going to unmute you, and you are now in the clubhouse. Elsid, what's your question, and who would you like to answer it?
Hey, Mr. Buggs. Well, congratulations on your first stream. It's been a great room. My first, there's 3 components to my question, but it's going to be to you, Ms. Lisa Grossman, and Mr. Edwin Haynes. So specifically with you 3, when you had your breakthrough in network marketing, I know I've had your answer, but the reason I'm asking you as well, Mr. Buggs, is because your answer can help the audience. When you had your breakthrough in network marketing, what led to that?
I know specifically what my breakthrough was in network marketing. As a matter of fact, it was the time that I met Pete Vargas and Johnny Wimbrey during that time. I never forget, I had struggled so much in network marketing. I had picked up bad habits of belief from people that I was working with before, and I didn't know it. I just didn't know it. And here it was. I went to one of my favorite restaurants called Le Peep. I met a gentleman, I saw a gentleman there whose name was James McKnight Jr. He was in the same company at the time, different organization. And as I was leaving the restaurant, he said, are you going to be on the conference call tonight? I'm like, what call are you talking about? He says, the call. He says, the CEO does a call every Sunday night. I said, I've never even heard that the CEO does a call. My upline was not plugged into that. So I didn't know about it. He says, I said, well, tell me the number of the call and what time to get on. He said, the call is at 8:30. Here's the conference call number. 8:30, I'm so excited. I couldn't wait because I was a person who just loved information. I'm jumping on the call. I get on the call at 8:29. Why? I'm not going to miss it and miss out, because back then we had conference call bridges and they only had a certain number of lines. And if you don't get on time, you don't make the call. I jump on the call and I hear the CEO speaking as he was wrapping up, and he says, thank you guys for an incredible presentation, and now I want to introduce you to some people who are really making things happen. And I'm sitting there thinking I missed the entire presentation because the call actually started at 8, not 8:30. It was the best misinformation that I could have ever received, because when I got on, I got exactly what I needed. And here's where the difference of HB that you know now and HB before happened. I jump on this call, and this is all that I hear. I never hear a presentation. I never hear anything about the company updates. I never heard about the compensation plan or anything that all of us think that we have to become experts at. what I heard was about 12 stories. I never forget how those stories went. I can hear them in my mind right now. Hello, and Pete can probably remember this as well. Hello, my name is Joe Reed, and by profession I'm a pastor. And my first 30 days I made in excess of $30,000. Hello, my name is Gwen Winters. I'm a stay-at-home mother of 5 out of Utah. I made over $50,000 my first month in the business. Hello, my name is Jay. I'm a professional baseball player. I made over $30,000 my first month. Hello, my name is Paul Gravitt. I'm a professional network. I made $75,000 my first 30 days in the business. And then the big one hit me. Hello, my name's Troy Mott. I've been in the business 5 weeks and I made in excess of $112,000 my first 5 weeks. That's all I needed to hear. And why? For me, it gave me permission that I could unshackle myself from that $500 mentality that I had. And Elson, here's what happened. This was a new company I was in. I had been in that company for 3 weeks. I had made somewhere around about $1,500 the first 3 weeks because of fast starts and stuff like that, which was more money I'd ever made before. Elsie, guess how much money I made my first month in that company? 3 weeks, $1,500. I ended the month with $13,000 in income, which means I made over $10,000 within the next week. It had nothing to do with me getting a new skill set. It had nothing to do with me knowing the compensation plan better. It had nothing with me knowing the product better. It had everything to do with my belief going to the next level and knowing it's permissible to go out and make this type of money. My actions and activities became incredible. I got off the call. I told Arlene, I'll never forget. I said, honey, we're going to make 500 club, which means 500 on your left, 500 people on your right. We're going to do it in 30 days. And I never forget, I went to bed that night. I made so many prospecting phone calls. The next day, I was driving all around Houston, going to people's office, showing them the plan, like Cesar said, with a different purpose. I was on a mission. They believed me. They saw the sincerity in my mission because what I had heard opened the floodgates up for me. And my career started in terms of making money in network marketing at that time. That was in 2000, the year 2000. And I'll never forget those testimonials that were given and when that impactful moment happened for me. And I don't want everybody to think that, oh, it's only one thing. I was prepared. I had done the work. I had done the personal development. I had done everything else. I just needed that key to unlock it. And I didn't know what it was, but I stayed active in the game. And it just happened to be that was my key. And I used it and I haven't looked back since. So I'll pass it to somebody else. I think he wanted Edwin and Pete or someone else to answer as well.
I'm on right now. This is it right here. First of all, I got to say, Pete, it's good to hear you on here, man. And what an exciting time, HB, for what you have put together. I don't know how you're going to top this. Lisa, Pete, all of this team, I don't know how you're going to top the next one. That's the first thing. But for me, I think my biggest breakthrough, and we always hear it for me as I tell the story of the separation that you and I had at one time in the company. I had been trucking along, making a little bit of money, doing a little bit, but I just couldn't have that breakthrough. And we always, this is the one that I call the pancake table story. I already had it in me. I didn't know it at the time, but I never forget you. I would always make sure that I was at the front as close to the leadership as possible. Kind of like what Pete is saying, just to, get the nuggets. I want to see how everybody's acting. How did they sit? How did they eat? How did they walk? What was the walk like? Everything I looked at and in terms of coming up in the industry at that time. And we always talk about how you threw the grapes at me and turn around. And I would look around and because I had my notebook, I didn't have a table. I had my notebook on my lap. And so I'm writing in the whole thing. And you never forget, you turn around and having a big thing of pancakes, stack of them on your fork, eating and saying, when I'm going to get past the road. That was the day that changed me from being in network marketing to network marketing being in me. I vowed that I would never come back to another event without being at the pancake table. Now, that goes to some things that can push into the why and some of the things that make you go from one level to the next. But I can tell you, fast forwarding to the next event, not only did I get to the pancake table, and I call it pancake table because we had breakfast served for it, but not only did I get there, I had leadership with me. So I'm going to go back and say this. It's already within you to accomplish what it is that you need to do. I wasn't about pictures. I didn't care about, some people I look at nowadays, more people about being seen and the pictures of life and trying to again go, as we say, skip some of the steps. I made every call. I went and spoke to anyone that I had to speak to. It was just all out massive action with following the results. Also making sure that as we keep saying, some undercurrent or some consistent themes or staying plugged in, making sure that I was accountable. All the things that we've said in this call is what got me through that year to perform. And it's like a rubber band. Once you stretch it out, it never goes back up to the same shape. As a person, as a man, as a business person, as a network marketer, I have never gone back to that same shape. And here's one other thing that I tell you is this. I guess some people at one time would call me Mr. Fundamental. I got used to doing the left turns in life. And what I mean by the left turns in life, the left turns are just like a racetrack. If you're racing, people make millions of dollars from making left turns all the time. They do the basic things and to win that race. I'm the left turn guy. So I don't look for what's new necessarily, what's hot, what's the most exciting thing. Successful people get good at things that are boring sometimes. And sometimes you going through that same process of developing yourself and reading the books and going and putting into action and calling on the people and doing the prospecting and getting the customers and all that stuff. It seems like it could be mundane. It seems like it could be exhausting. But just like anything else, if you never, with your body, if you never exercise the muscle, you never strengthen yourself. And that's why I got good at going through the mundane, if you will, of success and taking those left turns. But I can tell you that point of being separated from someone that I wanted to run with and me going out there to make the strides to better myself to get there is what changed me from the person that I was slowly progressing to having what some people would deem as, some major or decent success in the industry. So that's my point of change that I felt.
And also, did you want me to answer that? Because you called me.
Yes, Lisa. I was about to call on you on that one. But what Edwin's really referring to as well is the power of friendship. You build relationships, and people will do whatever they've got to do to be with you because of the relationship. They won't do it for the money only. We tend to think that we put out these promotions about money. And I don't know who said it, maybe Lisa said it, that if a person was going to build this business to be debt free, nobody would have any debt. But we don't do it, but we'll do it for the relationship. And if you build a right culture, people will do whatever they got to do to be with you as a leader. And that's what will fuel your income. And Lisa, go ahead. I'd love to hear from you on this one.
I can't go into my whole story, but a lot of you know it. But I was a little bit different because I had a number of breakthroughs, but my biggest breakthrough was in the year 2001. I made $1 million that year, but I've been making $200,000 a year for a decade. So I became an overnight success after 11 years. And that was with the first years making no money. But network marketing was always here for me. And during that process, through a family business, I ended up spending a year in federal prison. And when I got out, I came back to network marketing. Who was I going to get a job with? All the people in the who's in Dallas were judging me. I was not of myself, and I was humiliated and didn't know what to do with that. And I got some advice from a pastor when I was in, and she said, when you go home, you know, your job. Well, actually, she told me that I had made a mistake all my career, that I thought I was in a sole proprietorship and I didn't know how to ask for help. And really, I was in a partnership, and I was the junior partner. And my job was to get up, shine up, shower up, show up with belief and a commitment to having a smile on my face every day. No matter what somebody said to me, I was there to make their day better and do my best to do that. And if I did it, my senior partner, whomever you choose to believe in, you know, the Lord would take care of the rest. And it sounded like a crazy plan, but it was better than the one I had. So I came back to network marketing because they would have me, because I had met people that would help me. And in 2000, I started working in a company. And it's odd that you should say this, Holton, because one of the people that I met along the way was Troy Mock. And we became friends. And I called Troy and I said, you know, I don't know how to go out there with this story. And he said something to me, and he said, nobody tells your sins like you. And nobody likes a story that doesn't have something that they can relate to, kind of like what Pete was saying. So here's the one thing I would say to everybody, and this is when I had my biggest breakthrough. My business started to explode when I realized, A, it wasn't about me, and B, the humiliation and the shame that so many of us carry, the disease of terminal comparison, that belief that we are unworthy, that makes us feel like our story isn't good enough and our struggles can't inspire anybody. The very things that you are ashamed of or feel less than because of, those are the things that give power to your story. So I told people, this is where I was. This is where I am. This is where I'm going. I haven't found anything in the world that is remotely close to network marketing that will help me get there. Maybe you want to go too. I started with one, it became more, and I've told that story now all over the world on thousands and thousands and thousands of stages. So here's the next piece of advice that I will give you. Don't ever let anybody get you to turn down the volume of your desire to create impact simply because they're uncomfortable with it. Don't turn down the volume of what you can accomplish because it makes other people uncomfortable. They can leave the room. Show up for those that show up, because if you can't help one person change their life, starting with yourself and then the first person you encounter, you can't help 10. But if you can help 10, if you can help one, you can help 10. And if you can help 10, you can help 1,000. It's just a matter of how much willing you are and how often you tell the story, you get someone else's story, and how consistent you are, how many lives you want to impact. The rest is just the recipe, and y'all have the recipe already. It's the system, your upline, your support, and the infrastructure that allows us to go out and spend so much time telling the story. And that's what I've got.
Wow. Awesome stuff there. Pete, any last words that you want to give on this as well? Not necessarily about network marketing, but maybe your breakthrough.
Yeah, man. I mean, I think my breakthrough. I mean, I'll be really.
Man, this was so good.
I'll be kind of short and sweet, but my breakthrough was. It has a lot to do with mindset, man. And just like Holton's story, like he saw himself in that. Like my thing is always just like, what's the next like I listen to a T.D. Jakes instrumental every day, like take the next step, and TD says you don't have to figure out the solution, change your problems. You gotta change your mindset by midnight tonight. And something like that. I'm kind of beating it up there, but like I had that mentality. Like I'm like, if I can change my mind before I lay down to go to bed, if I will fix what's going on in my head, that is a huge thing for me, is to like fix that reoccurring theme that I keep kind of telling myself in my mind. Fix that by midnight, man, and the solution comes out. And I'll tell you the other big thing, the other big breakthrough for me was dude, I was always scarce to invest in myself and invest in mentors. And Holton, I mean, this year alone, like in 2020, you know, one of the toughest years in our world, I think I invested $3 or maybe probably close to $400,000 in myself, in mentors, coaches, masterminds. And I think that's been a huge breakthrough for me, man, is that I am my greatest asset. Like, I am the greatest asset. I'm the one who can, you know, be the one inside, you know, for all these people listening, like, invest in the mentors, invest into yourself, like, but invest in yourself through investing into mentors. So I think that's all I would say to that, Holton. I think Lisa, Edwin, and you nailed it on it, man.
Well, first of all, I want to say thank you to Lisa for coming on here. And Lisa's just always been a huge support, and I can always count on it, even when I don't even know she's looking. She's always looking, and so I appreciate you, Pete. I appreciate you for coming on and sharing. I can tell you made an imprint. Both of you have made an imprint on all of the listeners and participants that are here. All of our moderators are diamonds who are here. Many of you who just because your name is up there, you actually made an imprint and showed people the power of listening. It wasn't about what you had to say, but your contribution was being a listener, teaching people that it's okay not to have the microphone. And for those of you who chimed in, obviously you made just as much of an impact as well. And so I am grateful to have the people that's on here to have participated through your questions, through your what I know is going to take place from the information that was spread and how it's going to impact people in your lives. I just ask that you find an opportunity that you can implement, something that you learn here immediately. Don't wait so long. Don't wait until next week. Don't wait until you go to your next event. Find a way. There's enough nuggets here to do it. And as we said, we didn't know where this was going to go. We didn't know how long it was going to be. Well, I knew how long it was supposed to be, but we didn't know how long it was actually going to be. And I'm grateful for this one here. I think Anna recorded it on her iPad. I hope she did. This being my first moderated hosting of a Clubhouse, and many more to come. So, guys, make sure you follow Pete on Clubhouse. Make sure you follow Lisa on Clubhouse. They're in here often. Follow every one of the diamonds that's in here on Clubhouse. I'm sure that they'll be doing some of their own Clubhouses coming up here soon. I think it's an incredible tool, and I want to say thank you for everybody who's in here who made this so special, and can't wait to see you on the next one. Love you guys. Bye-bye.